Ora si registrerà la conferenza.
Okay, and I am facing problems with my sorry. I'm sorry, just a second. I cannot manage properly the presentation because I think that my mouse is, I need to change the mouse. Okay. Okay, so this is our agenda of today. We are very tight on time, and as you can see, we will have a lot of presentation. I will give an overview of the project, and I asked my colleague Claudia Riccioni to introduce, to pass the floor to the various presentation to the people presenting the meeting today. And I think that I don't know if the project officer, I will start with an overview of the project. Then the project officer, Marina Tupizzina, will explain the management, reporting and dissemination aspect with a session of question and answer. Then my colleague Daniele Chiappini will explain the internal management rules, and then each beneficiary and partner will give a short presentation of their organization. Okay, and we are expecting to have the coffee break at about 3:45, 15 minutes. I'm sorry, but we cannot manage in another way. And then in the second session, we will be discussing the scientific aspects with the work package leader presenting the various work packages. And we are expecting to end this part at about 5:40 for 20 minutes of general discussion and conclusion. So let's get into our project. And now I had problems again. I'm sorry, but my mouse doesn't work properly and I cannot control. Okay. Okay. So truffle are a very esteemed product of our forests. They live in a symbiotic relationship with plants, mostly with trees, but they can also be cultivated. And so there is a growing interest towards these precious products that contribute to sustain local economies, especially in marginal areas. Also, the European Union recognizes truffle as a product of their agriculture. This encouraged also the spreading of the cultivation of truffle, not only across Europe, but also in other continents where suitable pedoclimatic conditions are present. Nevertheless, we are facing some problems hampering this valuable product value chain, and so a decline in the production on the natural truffles has been observed. Also, an heterogeneity in the truffle yield in the cultivated plantation has been observed. And also other issues are presently open related to the methodology for controlling the species. Also, there are also frauds when less valuable truffles are sold mixed or in place of valuable truffles. So our project wants to contribute to tackle and solve some of this problem, just creating this network, interdisciplinary, intersectoral, and taking into account all the aspects of the truffle value chain. So starting from the truffle species methods for determining the truffle species, the cultivation, the management of wild truffle, of wild trufferys, of the truffle growing in the wild, and also taking into account the post-harvest issues, and also the economical, juridical, and normative problem arising in the truffle value chain. So these are the countries involved in our project, and the program is a program of exchange lasting at least 1 month. And we have also secondment lasting 2 up to 5 months. And during these secondments, we will be exchanging data, experiences. We will perform field work, lab work, seminars, workshops to share the knowledge we have. These are the participants to the consortium, and we have academic partner, both universities and research centers, but also we have policymakers, actually 2 municipalities, one in Italy and one in Spain, and we have a producer, Aragotruff, which is based in Spain and is committed to cultivation and preservation of truffle. And so it is a very large consortium that involves many research groups having different skills belonging to different disciplines, such as mycology, biology, genomics, phylogeography, applied biology, pedology, but also economics, ethics, and also juridical aspects will be tackled during our project. So the program will last over 4 years and will involve more than 100 research staff, which is a very large number. We have a very big project with this, and these are the months of secondments that are planned related to the profile. So the experienced researcher will spend times in other organizations for 180 months, while early stage researcher will spend 81 months. We have also profiles of technical staff, managerial staff, and administrative staff. The total amount of the secondment is 295 in terms of months. So in this slide, you can see the number of months that each organization will send to other organizations involved in the project. And in this other slide, you can see the number of months of secondment that each organization will host. This slides shows how the secondments are distributed among work packages. As you can see, work package 6 that deals with ethical, normative and economics issues is the one having the largest number of secondment, 97. Strictly followed by work package 3 with 81 secondments dealing with the cultivation techniques. So this is the work plan. The work plan is broken down into 7 work packages. Work package 1 and work package 7 are not related to secondments. No secondments are foreseen in the frame of these 2 work packages. Work package 1 is the coordination work package and is led by CNR that will coordinate the project with the support of a steering committee that, according to our consortium agreement, it is composed by all the participants, beneficiaries and partners to this project. Also, very important work packages, work package 7, which deals with dissemination and communication that are of capital importance in our project, which is also led by CNR, but requires the close cooperation of all the beneficiaries and partners to spread to the knowledge beyond the consortium. These are the work package, the various work package. Work package 2 will deal with the truffle identification method. Work package 3 with truffle cultivation. Work package 4 with truffle and natural site preservation. Work package 5 will take care of the post-harvest issues. And work package 6, as already said, will tackle economics, juridical, normative, and ethical issues. These are the is a work package 2 with the is broken down in 4 tasks, and you can see the responsible the task leader for each of the tasks. The same work package 3, which is led by RAE and is broken down into 5 tasks, each led by the organization. You can see work package 4 and is broken down into 2 tasks, and work package 5 and work package 6. You will have the chance to deeply go into the scientific and technical detail of each work package during the work package presentation in section 2. So, beside creating the network and exchanging knowledge, we are expecting to solve the main issues hampering the truffle value chain that I have listed in this slide. Okay, I am finished now. Thank you for your kind attention. And I pass the floor to my colleague, Claudia.
Thank you, Marina. Good morning, everyone. I can see that we have all beneficiaries and partners attending this kickoff meeting today. So I pass the floor to the project officer, Marina Tupissina, for management, reporting, and dissemination aspects. Thank you.
I don't think that the officer is arrived yet. I suggest, therefore, to pass the floor to Daniele for the next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So please, Daniele, from
Okay.
CNR for internal management rules.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Ah, okay.
I'm here, but there was a problem with connection. I was just
Also, I'm
disconnected.
glad to hear that. Welcome.
I was disconnected. Now I can hear you, and I hope my camera is working as well.
Now you are the presenter, Marina. So yes, we can see you. You should be able to share your screen.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't work very well. Did you give me the sharing, right, Daniele?
Yes, you are the presenter now.
But I cannot. It doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. It doesn't work for me. I try to share the screen, but it doesn't work. There is, I don't know what's the problem.
It's not the same computer you used for the test.
It is the same. It is the same, but it doesn't work. Try to maybe try to stop sharing for me, and then
Yes.
do it again. Just redo it. In the meanwhile, I welcome everybody. I'm really happy to see so many people at this meeting. It's very, very important, and very well for the project that all partners are presenters, well, participants, beneficiaries and partners attending this meeting, because it's, in my opinion, it's the key event for the project, because it is very important to understand the objectives, the ways of working, the way of communication, and sharing tasks and responsibilities within this big and important consortium. So I wanted to present the main aspects of project management, reporting, dissemination, and also if I can do it, because still I cannot share the screen. I don't know why it doesn't work. Also, I wanted to just very shortly to talk about how to use the EU contribution, how to spend money, what you should do and what you should not do with the European funding. Daniele, did you try to redo the sharing, because it's still not? It does not.
Yes, I canceled your permission, and then I gave it
You
again.
know,
But
it's turning around, but doesn't make me.
maybe.
Now you are presenter.
Yeah, and now I'm going to give you again the permission.
Oh my God.
Okay, now you are.
No, I cannot share the screen. I cannot share.
Can you send me your presentation? Maybe I can share it, and you can tell me when I have to go step forward, or.
I'm really sorry for that. I'm just sending you the PowerPoint presentations, okay?
Yes.
So it's grant management. Another one about dissemination, and also use of contribution. Now it is sent.
Great.
What I could do, I could probably try to leave the meeting and to rejoin again. Maybe it will solve the
As you
problem.
prefer, but if you want, I can share my screen as soon as the presentation arrives, and for me it's no
So
problem.
we have just a minute to wait when
Okay.
it's, yeah. So I will disconnect now and try
Okay.
to connect quickly. Thank you and sorry for that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Right now I'm
Okay.
back to you, Daniele.
Yeah. Yes. Sandy,
Now I
your
ask you to give me
permission. Yeah. I'm doing
permission.
it. Okay. Now you are the presenter, but we cannot see your video, your webcam.
Sorry. Now I am. Now I can share this screen.
Great.
It's good news. So let's have a try. Can you see it now?
Yes. Thank you.
You can see the presentation. Great. So I will. I don't put my camera off because maybe it will stop sharing or something again. If you don't mind, I would just start my presentation, and then we will have the question and answers in live, okay? After, if you agree. Can you hear me?
Yes. 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 Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So the some aspects of main aspects of important, which is important about the RISE grant management, is of course secondments, financial staff reporting, and also where to find information. Talking of secondments, secondment is the main event of RISE because RISE project is by nature
Marina,
based.
I'm sorry. Marina, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Did you share the PowerPoint? Yeah, because we was stuck on the first slide. Okay. Okay.
You are
Now
still
we
on the
are.
first slide now,
Okay.
and
Now
now.
now it changed. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm. Just tell me if because I put next slide.
Yes. Now
Can
we
you
are
see
on
the
type of secondments.
type of secondments? And if I switch on slideshow, can you see it or not?
Yes. Yes. Now we can see it.
And then the next slide, duration.
No.
No.
Not yet. No.
So there is some. Oh, okay. So
Okay.
I
Now,
should.
yeah. Well, probably it's
I should not
only the
switch. There is a
connection.
slideshow. Yes. All right. So we have two types of secondments: international and intersectoral. Intersectoral secondments are between the European countries, European Union or associated countries, and should be between the academic and non-academic sector, and at international level between the European and non-European countries. It can be all mix of sectors. So no limitation in this sense. For the duration, to be eligible for funding, it must be 1 month a minimum per secondment per project. It should be the same staff member, sent by same organization and hosted by same organization. And the maximum acceptable duration per staff member during the project is 1 year, 12 months. The travel periods are included, and the split stays also are allowed. What does it mean, split stays? It's again the same staff members, same secondment, same sending, same hosting organization to reach the minimum eligible of 1 month. The content of secondments, what the researchers, what people, administrative or technical staff should do, all is stated in tasks, in work packages. So you have your plan in Annex A, Annex 1, Part A and Part B. You will discuss it later. What is important to know that double funding is not acceptable, meaning that some staff member is already funded or participating in another EU-funded action. So the funding within RISE will not be acceptable. Double funding is excluded. The researchers or staff members should work on full-time basis during the secondment, and the obligations of researchers are stated in the Article 32 of grant agreement. To be eligible, the staff members should meet 3 conditions. We will see in details each of conditions. Sorry, it's I should stop my messaging. So condition number 1 to be eligible for RISE is that the staff member should be considered as staff as such under the national legislation or under internal practices of the sending organization, which means the staff member should be under control, under instructions and supervision of the sending organization. The RIA will not require any specific contractual link. It all depends on, again, national legislation and also on internal practices and rules of each sending organization. The second condition to be eligible for RISE is to be ESR, ER, administrative, management or technical staff. Here you can see the definition of ESR, which means early stage researcher. Experienced researcher is ER, and then the administrative, managerial and technical staff also can be seconded. Finally, to be eligible for secondment in RISE, the staff member should have an equivalent of 1 month, at least 1 month before going on secondment, 1 month full-time equivalent of work with the sending organization. Okay. Then let's see in financial issues how to declare the costs, how much, who and how should do it, how to use the contribution from the European Union, and what are the payment modalities. The RISE is financed using the principle of unit cost, meaning the unit cost is the cost declared per researcher per month of secondment. And you can see that the unit cost is divided in 2 big parts: the staff member unit cost and institutional unit cost. The main principle again is that the main and the only triggering event for payment is the secondment. The costs will be calculated automatically. You do not need to calculate anything. The system will calculate the cost automatically depending on the duration of declared secondment. Who declares the cost? Each beneficiary. The third country partners do not declare anything. So the beneficiaries declare costs in the financial statement. What shall they declare? They declare the outgoing secondments of their own staff and also incoming secondments from third country partners. Okay. The arrangements how to use and how to redistribute of the European funding can be applicable only for category B costs, meaning for institutional cost, not for the category A, which goes fully to the researcher. This possible redistribution is not reported in the financial statements, and you need to know, you already know, I think, that all the financial arrangements are purely internal, meaning the RIA has no control, and we do not look into the internal financial arrangements between participants. How to declare cost? It is done automatically. You will have at the moment of periodic reporting, you will have the templates in the portal. No. Oh, sorry. I forgot just to switch off my phone. So it will be done via the portal, and we do not ask for the originals, only the researcher declarations, which are also done by beneficiaries in the portal. How to use the category A, meaning staff member cost? The principle is that this cost for seconded staff members must be fully used to cover the travel subsistence costs for staff members during the secondments. How to do it in practice? There are several possibilities how to do it, and you decide internally again. How do you do it? In which way? You can distribute this cost directly to staff in advance or in installments. It is possible also to reimburse travel and subsistence cost, and can be a mix of both. And this normally should be stated in the consortium or partnership agreement and signed by all participants. Now, the institutional cost can be used and can be distributed between the participants depending on the needs of your project. For example 1, part of this cost, institutional cost, can be reserved for organization of project meetings, of workshops, networking events, exhibitions, or something else. Or it can cover the extra management cost, for example, of the coordinator, if needed. But again, it is all internal discussion and internal decision. The practical modalities also are internally decided and normally stated in the consortium or partnership agreement. What about distribution of payments? Which is important to know. What is important to know? The payments by the agency to the coordinator discharges the RIA All the rest is under the responsibility of project coordinator, who distribute normally the payments between the beneficiaries without any unjustified delay. And also the distribution of interim payment should be discussed in advance and stated in the consortium or partnership agreement. Modalities of money distribution. The first payment, which is normally done, if you can confirm, Marina or someone else, the pre-financing. Have you already received the pre-financing? Marina, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Have you already received the pre-financing payment?
Yes, we already received the pre-financing and we are making all the arrangement for the money transfer. We are asking to all the beneficiaries to give us the bank account coordinates and also the name of the administrative people that will follow the procedure. We think that in the next days we will be able to start with transferring the money.
Good. Good news. So the next payment will be interim payment after the end of the first 2 years of the project, which means after the first reporting period. So this end of reporting period will trigger the periodic report and submission of individual financial statements by the beneficiaries. And then when all reports are submitted and checked and approved by the agency, the interim payment will be issued, and normally it should not last more than 90 days from the submission, but usually it if everything is correct, I mean the all reports are ready and approved by the RIA, the payment goes very quickly. And the final payment comes with the end of project, the end of the second reporting period, and the same principle. There will be a technical report to submit and individual financial statements, and then the final payment or recovery of the balance will be issued depending on the situation, depending actually on how many person months used by the consortium during the 4 years of the project. Which is very important to know is that each beneficiary, each sending organization should keep records in case of audit. But I think you have already received the best practice, the guidance on how to keep records for the RISE participant, for RISE beneficiaries. Please confirm if it yes or no you have received it.
Yes, we had it, and in my presentation I will briefly explain this issue.
Very good. It's very, very important, and what is important here that the sending or receiving beneficiary is also responsible for records of the third country participants, partners, third country partners who sends their staff to this beneficiary. So in brief, the responsible organization is the sending or receiving beneficiary. So this is also about the how to keep records in case of audit, which kind of proof could be necessary in this case. And now about the reporting. This is the overview of reporting during the project lifetime. The progress report number 1 is coming after the first year of the project. Then we will have a midterm meeting, which is called midterm, but actually it is not midterm, it's early term meeting. The idea is to run this meeting before the end of the first reporting period, and to be able to see if everything goes smoothly with the project, if there are any problems, and if there are problems or delays, to find workable and suitable solutions as early as possible. So this is the idea of this midterm meeting. The date is indicative. It can be organized together with a project event or not. Depends on the project planning and also on my planning. So we will discuss it later. Then at the end of reporting period 1 is periodic report and interim payment. Then the second progress report will be asked for a concise report just about months 37 of the project, and then the final report, final financial statements, and a final payment or recovery. It's about the progress report. As I said, that after the end of the first year, you will be asked to report on the progress of work, overview of management, ethics issues, or whatever. This report template will be available in Sigma in the portal and will be submitted also electronically via the portal. Then the periodic report comes after the end of reporting period. The principle is the same. It's a technical and financial reporting. Submission electronically. Everything is submitted via the portal. And the final report also after the project end. The questionnaires will each seconded researcher will be asked to fill in the questionnaires when it will be asked at the end of first secondment, and the second questionnaire will be asked to after 2 years after. What is the researcher declaration? Is actually the secondment, which is submitted again in the portal. The researcher declaration should be submitted by each beneficiary for all seconded staff. And in the portal, you will see that you will need each beneficiary will need to fill in the personal data of each researcher, and also the data related to secondment, start date, end date, hosting institution, etc., etc. How to submit researcher declaration? Step 1 is to fill in the so-called project researcher library, which includes the data about each researcher. And then the advantages of this researcher library is that then when the research is sent on another secondment, you will not need to fill in all the data again and again. So it is filled once, and it will be used all over the project. And then each beneficiary will create the researcher declaration, which normally should be submitted within 20 days after the start of secondment for each staff member. And it is possible, even if you have submitted your research declaration and there was an error or mistake somewhere, it is always possible to ask the project officer me, for instance, to reopen the declaration and also to correct it. So don't worry, it is always possible to correct this data. How to report a split? Say just to create one secondment, one research declaration, sorry, and to add several periods for the same research declaration. Okay, for example, the person is going twice or 3 times or more times to the same organization. You do not need to create a different research declaration for each travel. There will be only one with the different periods. Here you can see you can just add a period and then it will be one secondment. The information and assistance, of course, the reference documents and the online manual for Horizon 2020. Then please really use the published FAQ on RISE, which are very useful, and actually most of project questions are already answered in the portal. And also, in case of if needed, you can also contact your national contact point. In each country we have the RISE contact points. Your RIA project officer is also the first person to contact in case of any questions, any queries, and also you have the IT help desk, which you can contact by phone or via the contact form in case of technical problems or questions. Now I stop sharing. This presentation is ended.
Thank you, Marina. I pass the floor to Daniele Chiappini from CNR for internal management rules.
Sorry, I did not present the.
Sorry.
I'm trying to turn on the camera. My camera doesn't working. My God, I don't know why. Doesn't work.
No, we cannot see you.
Me neither, because it does not work. I don't know why. Because maybe it is because I'm in the present mode, maybe. So now I share again the screen and I will present some aspects, important aspects about dissemination, open access, communication, and visibility of the EU action. If you have questions, just prepare your questions for after this presentation, the second presentation, okay? Now, can you see my screen with the beneficiary obligations for dissemination, communication, open access?
Yes.
Great. All right, so the reference article of the grant agreement for all these obligations, the reference articles are Article 29 and 38. So in case of any question, just look into the annotated grant agreement and you will find many details on these issues. Dissemination of research results is detailed in Article 21.2 of the grant agreement. There is an obligation to disseminate the project results. Normally, each beneficiary or a third country partner should inform the consortium about its intention to disseminate something, to publish an article, to organize a conference, to participate in the conference. So the idea is to notify the consortium about its intention to disseminate, and in case if there is any objection within 30 days, Then the internal discussion will be needed to solve the issue. This is about the obligation to disseminate. Now, what is very important, extremely important, is to meet the obligations regarding the open access to publications, to scientific publications, Article 29.2 of the grant agreement. What is mandatory for everybody, for all beneficiaries, for all participants, that all participants must ensure open access to all peer-reviewed scientific publications which are related to the project. What does it mean in practice? You have four steps. Number one, there is obligation to deposit the machine-readable copy of the published version or the postprint, the final peer-reviewed manuscript accepted for publication. So it must be deposited in a repository for scientific publications, and the open access for this deposited publication must be provided via the repository. And at the same time, the open access to bibliographic metadata must be ensured as well. The format is specified in the Article 29.2 of the grant agreement. Again, the open access via the repository, not via the publisher, not via the journal site, but via the repository for publications. When it must be done, the time limit is maximum 6 months from the publication date. Okay, which is very important to know and to remember that all the 4 steps are mandatory, including for the so-called gold open access. And these aspects are constantly monitored and checked by the RIA. So please remember about these obligations. Now, there is, since last year, the Open Research Europe platform is available. What is it? It's the European Commission Open Access Publishing Platform. All the research projects funded under the Horizon 2020 program can submit scientific articles for publication. It is free of charge. And then the submitted articles, if it is accepted, will be peer-reviewed and it will be published with immediate link to the open access repository, which means the obligations which were presented in previous slide, all the obligations will be met. You have also the link to this research publishing platform, and you also have the published FAQ, which is very, very useful to see, to look into the details, how to submit articles and what are the peer reviewing rules and delays and so on and so on. With regard to open access to research data, it is not mandatory for a Horizon 2020 program, but it will be. It is already mandatory with the new program Horizon Europe. So, if the beneficiaries, if the project participates in the open research data pilot, then there will be obligation to provide a data management plan, to deposit the research data into a repository for data, and also to ensure open access to it. Again, all these 4 steps are mandatory, and again, it is optional for RISE project, and it is possible to opt out of this obligation before and even after the grant signature, but your project has already opted out, so it is not relevant for you. What about the visibility of EU funding? The below requirements are necessary for all publications or any other dissemination material, and details are provided in the Articles 29 and 38 of the grant agreement. For example, it's not for example, but it is obligation to display the right EU emblem. You have a link to the high resolution emblem available on the Europa website. Which is important to remember if there are other logos, for example, the project logo displayed on the same page with the EU emblem, the EU emblem must have at least same size as the biggest logo or another emblem. The statement saying that this project has received funding from the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program on the grant agreement number XYZ. This statement should be included in again in any publication or other dissemination material. And also, you should use the disclaimer which is stated in Article 29.5 of the grant agreement, to say that the dissemination of results must indicate that it reflects only the author's view, and the agency is not responsible for any use that may be made of the information which it contains. So all these obligations, I put it in red because it's very important and we will check it. And then finally, you have some resources for the most frequently asked questions about open access repositories, where to find it, where can I deposit my research data, what does it mean, a data management plan, how to do it, and also the published FAQ on open access to publications and research data, the last link. And I'm also here to answer your questions if you have any. I finished with my presentations, and now I'm ready to answer your questions. Daniele, if you remove the authorization to share, I think I will be able to put my camera on. Sorry. Oh no.
Okay, now you are not the presenter.
Yes,
anymore.
but my camera does not work. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm really sorry, but something wrong with it today. But let's try. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer even without camera. I'm sorry again for that, but this is technical stuff which I cannot help with.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
Could you explain again how we can split secondments? Which are the rules? Is it possible, for example, to split a secondment in 2 years or not?
Oh, for example, you go on secondment this year, you just stay 2 weeks, and then next year you go to the same organization and you stay another 2 weeks there, and this will be split stays.
Okay.
So you do not need to create 2 declarations for this split stay. It will be only one with 2 periods. It can be 3 periods or 4 or whatever.
Thank you.
Each time you go to the same host organization, you just add a period in the same secondment. That's all. Any more questions? No. Everything is clear. Perfect.
Maybe
Excellent.
we will have more questions at the end
So
of the...
I can sleep during 4 years for intact. No,
I don't think that, such
you can
big
be
projects
quiet.
probably will need your help, Marina.
Maybe,
We have
probably.
such smart guys here. We don't we quickly understand everything. Thank you, Marina. It was a very clear presentation.
I have another one, but I think we do not have time. Daniela, I have sent you 3 presentations. So if you have time, you can share the third one with during this meeting or another meeting. The third one is about how to use the EU contribution. Right?
Okay, thank you. I received it.
Right. So now I will leave you for coffee break, or I don't know. Now I have to leave because I have very busy planning. Marina and Roberto, Daniele, everybody, I wish you lots of success. And even if everything is clear, I'm here to answer your questions, your queries. But please use the funding and tenders portal, use the published FAQs, because there are really plenty of responses to your questions. You will find it. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will leave you to discuss more internal stuff. Thank you, and good luck. Goodbye.
Thank you, Marina. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
So now Daniele Chiappini has the floor with the internal management rules.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your presence. I'm Daniele Chiappini from CNR, and my presentation will be focused on the intact internal management rules. In the first part, I will present the rules related to the organization of the project, while the second one will be focused on the secondment management. The first topic I will debate is the organization of the intact project. In the consortium agreement already signed by the members, we planned a structure able to easily manage the project. The coordinator is the only intermediary between the parties and the European Research Executive Agency. It will coordinate, manage, and monitor the implementation of the project. In particular, the coordinator is in charge of the administrative, financial, and legal tasks, and the day-by-day management and coordination. Anyway, the coordinator shall not be entitled to act or to make legally binding declaration on behalf of any other beneficiary or partner. These activities will be carried out with the support of the steering committee, a body composed by a representative of each beneficiary and chaired by the representative of the coordinator. A representative for each partner organization is included as observer with no vote rights. The steering committee supervises the management of the project and executive activities. The structure is completed with the work package leader, who will coordinate, plan, and monitor the activities carried out under each work package. They will report the WP status to the coordinator, and they are supported by task and subtask leaders, whose roles are the same as WP leaders, but related to single tasks and subtasks. The steering committee meetings will be organized by video conference or in presence. Ordinary meetings will be convened also here, but it will also be possible to organize extraordinary meeting at the request of one of the parties. The meeting will be convened by written notice at least 14 days prior in case of video conference or 25 days in case of presence meeting. The agenda will be sent at least 7 days before the meeting and can be modified by request of one member at the latest 2 working days before the meeting. The minutes will be transmitted within 15 working days after the meeting, and without a reply, they will be considered accepted within the following 10 days. If necessary, the steering committee can also vote without a meeting, but with prior notice of at least 7 days, provided that, in such case, consent in writing will be sent by representatives of the parties, following the quorum and majority set for the ordinary meetings. The steering committee cannot deliberate validly unless at least 2/3 of its members are present or represented. Any member of the steering committee may appoint a substitute to attend the vote. Partner organizations are not counted in the quorum, and if the quorum is not reached, the chairperson shall convene another ordinary meeting within 7 calendar days. If even in this meeting the quorum is not reached, the chairperson shall convene an extraordinary meeting, which shall be entitled to decide even if the quorum is not reached. To be approved, a proposal must have the consensus of the 2/3 of the present beneficiaries. Each beneficiary shall have 1 vote. It's also possible to organize technical meetings at the initiative of the coordinator or if requested by at least 1 work package leader with no formality to discuss specific issues. If necessary, the technical meeting can demand to the steering committee the decision of controversial issues. A good project cannot overlook from a well-structured communication plan. Accordingly, a comprehensive communication plan will be elaborated, including internal and external communication. Internal communication involves project members, task leaders, work package leaders, and the coordinator. The communication flow will take place mainly in an electronic way. Emails and video conferences will allow the consortium to be in contact constantly, and both steering committee and technical meetings will be held mainly this way. For a correct implementation of the project activities, the communication flow must go both top-down and bottom-up, and the coordinator will follow and help the implementation of every single secondment and the scientific activities development. From the external communication point of view, this one will be based on 2 main pillars: the project website and the social media. The first is currently under construction and will be used to share information about the project activities and progresses. It will have an landing page with a news section and dedicated pages about the project and its members. The project will have social pages in different social media, but for more incisive communication, it will be necessary an active involvement of all partners, which can increase the interaction by sharing the project also in their websites and social media pages. Consortium members are encouraged to promote INTACT activities and outcomes on their institutional newsletter, e-bulletins, and other marketing tools. From the dissemination point of view, the consortium will ensure open access to all peer-reviewed scientific publications. To properly disseminate the results of the project, we will use several means of dissemination, such as project website, but also presentation at public conferences, peer-reviewed publications, and a newsletter. The project provides participation to several targeted international conferences, but the list will be updated and widened. It's planned to submit at least 10 papers to targeted journals, and a newsletter will be sent every 6 months to relevant stakeholders. It's important to underline that, according to the grant agreement, to disseminate scientific results related to the project is necessary to give at least 45 days advance notice to the consortium, and any beneficiary can object to the dissemination within 30 days from the notification, as already stated by the project officer. The focal point of the dissemination activities will be the summer school on innovation knowledge transfer in the truffle value chain. It will be organized in Perugia, and it will be open to staff taking part in the INTACT project, but also to students, professionals of the truffle sector, and public organization. The summer school will cover different topics, from agronomical to legal ones. To complement these dissemination methods and facilitate the exchange of information, during and after each secondment, it will be organized a presentation day in which the seconded staff will present their activities to the hosting institution, and the activities carried out during the secondment to the sending institution. Moreover, an international conference will be organized in Perugia at the end of the project to show the project results. Another aspect that the coordination will address is represented by the management of the secondment, reporting, and of scientific progress. To do this, for each secondment, the seconded staff will produce an attendance record and a secondee declaration that will attest the activities carried out during the secondment. The coordination already prepared the templates for this document as the presentation template and the attendance record for seminars and workshops. Moreover, at the end of each secondment, the coordination will supervise and help the beneficiaries in the upload in the funding and tenders portal of each researcher declaration. An important part of the reporting is represented by deliverables, attesting the progress of the project activities. The INTACT project foresees a list of 39 deliverables belonging to all work package. Each deliverable will be produced by the work package leader in charge in collaboration with relevant task leaders and the support of coordination. The deliverables will flow from the work package leader to the coordinator using the specific template prepared by the coordination. And after an internal peer review of the deliverable and formal verification, the coordinator will upload it in the funding and tenders portal. About the budget, each beneficiary shall be entitled to receive the financial contribution in accordance with the grant agreement and consortium agreement rules. The financial contribution covers the expenses for the secondment periods carried out by beneficiaries and partner organizations as provided by the Marie Sklodowska-Curie Action RISE rules, including staff member unit cost, institutional cost, and coordination expenses. In particular, according to the signed consortium agreement, it's fundamental to underline that for each month of secondment, 2,100 euros must be fully used to cover the seconded staff expenses. Moreover, the 18.2% of the institutional cost, equal to 455 euros for each secondment, will be retained by the coordination. I have. Okay, thank you. Will be retained by the coordination to sustain the coordination expenses. Each beneficiary will receive the financial contribution minus the coordination cost within 60 days from the payment. The budget allocated to the secondments of the partner organization will be directly managed by the respective hosting beneficiaries. This is very important. In the consortium agreement, the Annex 2 contains the detailed rules for record keeping, and it's useful to specify some aspects it contains. In particular, the burden of proof in case of an audit is on beneficiaries, also for third country secondments in their facilities. This means that the document proving the secondment of partner staff members must be kept by the hosting beneficiaries. Accordingly, these ones must keep the documents for 5 years after the payment of the balance. It's necessary to keep documents related to the presence of the staff member at the hosting organization, the duration of the secondment, the relationship of the seconded staff with the sending institution, the full-time involvement on the project, and the proof that the whole amount of the staff member unit cost is fully used for the seconded staff. The coordination already prepared the templates for the related documents, and for each secondment, these ones will be sent to staff and involved institutions. About the potential conflicts that may arise within the consortium, the main way to solve them will be amicably within the steering committee. Only if this will not bring to a resolution of the conflict, the Article 15 of the consortium agreement states the rules to set an arbitration to solve the problem. In our project, it has been identified several potential risks with the related possible solutions. But at this moment, the main concern is related to the COVID-19 pandemic. In such big project involving 17 organizations, 295 months of secondment, and about 100 staff members, the pandemic situation could create several problems. But the coordination will constantly monitor it and will help the members to manage every issue as better as possible. If some secondment will be delayed due to COVID, we will work to reschedule them in order to achieve the scientific goal of the project in collaboration with all involved parts. We already faced the problem even before the start of the project due to the pandemic, but we are confident that we will be able, with the help of all the project members, to overcome also the future one. Anyway, we will continue to monitoring also the other risks that can arise during the project execution. As previously mentioned, the second part of the presentation regards secondment management. The eligibility criteria have been already shown by the officer, so I only want to underline that master student and manager and administrative staff not linked to research and innovation activities are not eligible for secondment. This is very, very important. About the secondment implementation and organization, in such large project, it's necessary to have constant supervision of the activities. The coordination will handle it, helping all the members in the secondments management. In particular, at least the previous month of each secondment beginning, the coordination will contact the organization involved in the secondment, sending and hosting, facilitating the contact between the seconded staff and the hosting institution. The documentation necessary for the secondment will be sent, and the hosting institution will help in finding accommodation solutions. Seconded staff can anyway choose different solution if he or she prefers. Moreover, the coordination will help the seconded staff, the hosting staff, and the work package leader to determine the activities that will be carried out during the secondment, according to the needs of all members involved and obviously to the project goals. During the first days of secondment, the seconded staff will present their activities in a seminar called Presentation Day to the researcher and employees of the hosting institution. A brief overview of the seminar will be uploaded to the website. At the end of the secondment, the coordination will gather the documentation from all involved subjects, and the seconded staff will present the activities carried out for the project to the sending institution. Each request of secondment modification related to every aspect, such as researcher profile, hosting institution, duration, secondment starting date, work packages, and task involvement, will be gathered by the coordination and evaluated with all involved organization and work package leaders to guarantee the correct implementation of the project. Each substantial request of modification will be communicated to the project officer by the coordinator, and that is the only intermediary between the parties and the European Researcher Executive Agency. During the first year of the project are provided 50 secondments for a total of 72 months of secondment involving all project members. The coordination already contacted each member, and when it was possible, it has been identified the name of the people that will carry out a secondment in the first year. Each organization will present them in the participant introduction section. We will dedicate particular attention to the rights of seconded staff. The coordination will ensure the respect of the principles set out in the European Charter for Researchers and the Code of Conduct for the recruitment of researchers. In particular, all the consortium members must ensure that sending organization, seconded staff, rights and obligations remain unchanged during the secondment. At the same time, the hosting organization must guarantee that the seconded staff has the same standard and working condition as local workers. From the recruitment and career development point of view, the project members do not have to discriminate workers at access and development levels. Moreover, the project will help the development of the career of all the involved people, not only early-stage researchers, and will work to guarantee, with the help of each partner, a gender balance in the secondments. To make aware the staff members about their rights, the coordination will send to each of them an explaining document. Connected to this topic, there is the personal data protection issue. The coordinator will guarantee the protection of personal data as provided by the General Data Protection Regulation. To do this, a privacy policy template has already been prepared, and a personal data management and transfer agreement is currently under preparation to guarantee the same level of respect of privacy in the whole consortium, independently by the involved countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Daniele. Any questions for Daniele? If there are no questions, we can pass to the participant introduction. I pass the floor to Sergio Sanchez Duran from Arago Truff, Spain. Are you there, Sergio?
Yes, I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay.
Is it okay? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I start. I'm presenting this on behalf of Arago Truff because they asked me for some help for this presentation, and I want to thank to the organization because the great job they are doing and will be doing for this 4 years, and it's a pleasure to be in this project with all of you. And Arago Truff is a company located in Graus, in Huesca province, in northern Aragon and in northern Spain also. This company has 15 years of experience in the field of travels and has 4 full-time workers. Here in the pictures, you can see some of their activities. They have a nursery for producing mycorrhizal seedlings and some orchards where they harvest the truffles, and they are very technified on truffle cultivation. This is an example of a nest, a truffle nest or truffle trap implementation. About their competencies and activities, Arago Truff is dedicated to all aspects of the truffle value chain. They have, as I said before, mycorrhizal seedlings production, orchard management. They have between 50 and 60 hectares, and half of them are in production already. And they help people to do to the installation of the irrigation systems, and they also commercialize truffles and truffle products. About their facilities, they have the nursery of mycorrhizal seedlings, their own truffle orchards, and a little factory of truffle products. Here you can see their website. About the institution's rules and access rights for incoming secondary, they just need people to have an accident insurance. And why are they in the project? Aragotruf has developed some big number of projects with different research centers related to different stages of the truffle value chain. And thanks to these projects, the seedling production in nursery and truffle nest technique have been improved, new truffle products have been offered, or the shelf life of fresh truffles has been extended. And the last innovation implemented has been certifying the black truffles according to PEFC system. This is a program for endorsement of forest certification. This way, they ensure the origin and traceability of the truffles. Aragotruf participates in two tasks, 2.2 and 3.1. And these first years, they have no secondments. They are staying at home. And that's all. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now, I pass the floor to Sergi Garcia Barreda from Chita, Spain.
Hi. Are you seeing can you see the
Yes, we
presentation?
can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm Sergi Garcia from CITA, and I'm going to introduce you to this research center. CITA, or Agri-Food Research and Technology Center, is in Aragon, in Spain, in Zaragoza, northeastern Spain, between Barcelona and Madrid. And as a research center, our activity aimed at improving, at helping farmers, improving the profitability of agri-food industry, and improving food quality and safety for consumers. The center is very big, has 4 departments, one for animal production and health, another one for plant production, for agronomical agricultural production, another one for environmental science, which takes into account soil and water as resources, forests, and plant health, and finally one department of agricultural economics. The CITA activity is centered on the agri-food field. It's mainly basic and applied research, but also technical development, student training, and transfer of knowledge to farmers. The facilities are also there are also a lot of facilities for all these departments. There are many laboratories, from molecular biology laboratories to basic microscopy, also packaging technologies, and physicochemical analysis of soils or plant fruits or truffles. We have also greenhouses and climatic chambers for experiments, and finally several experimentation fields. for different crops like fruits, herbaceous crops, etc. You can see here also the web page. For people coming here, it is only required an accident insurance and then an access request form that will be filled once you come to the center. About our experience on truffles, we are you can see here the team, the truffle team. We have more than 10 years of experience in truffle cultivation, mainly on ecology of truffle, management of wild truffle production, cultivation of truffles, truffle cultivation, including quality control of quality of nursery seedlings, and then truffle post-harvest, including microbiology of truffles, aroma, and sensory analysis. In this project, in the INTACT, we are leading two tasks, one in work package 3 about cultivation practices once you have established the truffle plantation, and then another task in work package 5 about consumer protection. But we also participate in other tasks in work packages 2, 3, and 5. Finally, during the first year, there are several secondments, all of them by our postdoc researcher Eva Tejedor, two of them in Argentina, CONICET and CIEFAP, and then after that in Italy, in the Confederation of Italian Farmers in Umbria. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now Dr. Mirko Ceci from Comune di Pietralunga has the floor.
Good morning. I am Mirko Ceci, Major for the municipality of Pietralunga. I thank all of you for your collaboration.
Sorry, we cannot hear you very well.
And in particular, Signor of Perugia for having guided for the theory and value work over the year. The municipality of Pietralunga is all the administrative function concerning the population in the municipal territory, especially in the organic sector of service to the people and the economy.
Scusi, dottor Ceci, la sentiamo veramente molto male. C'è una connessione pessima, con un grosso ritorno di sottofondo.
The organization and the user of the territory and the economy development. As part of the project, it is establishing synergy with the local activity in the field of the research, collection, and processing of the fruit product. The municipality of Pietralunga acts with the community and the various companies in the area to promote, encourage, and increase knowledge on the subject. Experience in the use and the collection of the fruit in nursery and the laboratory on the company that process the raw material. In October of the year, to the Pietralunga White Trophy Marti exhibition. The work done the year is shared with and we want to participate. The documentation required for access understanding in municipality in addition to identity document. So passport and or identity card will be issued from time to time to the second one 3 days before departure in consideration of the evolution of the epidemiological situation from COVID-19. The traffic cultivation produce of the hybrid seedling with target and the prominent evaluation of the city suitability for true-field cultivation, strategy of plantation, cultivation practices. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Now I think there is Massimo Canalicchio for Confederazione Italiana Agricoltori Umbria, right? I pass you the floor.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen?
No.
Not yet, Massimo.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I show the full screen?
Yes. Put the full screen presentation, please.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Does it work?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for inviting the CIA Agricoltori Italiani Umbria, that is a farmers organization in Italy. We are proud to participate to this project, to this ambitious project, because actually we are not specialized on this field of truffle cultivation and maintenance of wild areas, but we have actually some farmers who are doing it. One of them is the president of the regional confederation, who is also a truffle wild area and controlled cultivated area, and hosting also in the way of the active farm customers coming from different countries, researchers, and also schools visiting his farm. So we are mostly agronomists. I'm an agronomist and food technologist, and we are used in European programs since many.
Okay, no, it's okay.
What is that?
No,
what
no.
Is happening?
The presentation was first blocked on the first slide,
Okay.
but now it's going on. Thank you.
Okay, I see Andrea also arrived, is connected. He made the presentation and I'm presenting it. In any case, the Italian Confederation of Farmers was established in 1977. It's a farmers organization also providing all kinds of technical and financial services to enterprises. So it's quite wide kinds of services that can be done for the members. The members are in Umbria, in the region about 14,000, and at national level 880,000. So it's a big organization that has its specialization in supporting farmers in all kinds of technical, financial, and all kinds of services, technical services. The Confederation at national level is member of COPA-COGECA, that is the European Organization of Farmers Associations and Cooperatives, and CEJA, that is the European Council of Young Farmers. There is also a magazine that is distributed at regional, at national and regional level. The regional level in Umbria has about 60,000 persons receiving the news. We, as I said at the beginning, we have a 20 years experience in European programs. We manage about 25 projects in this period, mostly focused on training, education and training, but also in other kinds of aspects, such as information measures on PAC, or for instance, also Horizon 2020, as in this case. The offices are in the main towns of the region. They are 18. And the central office is located in Perugia, well connected to the city, because 5 minutes walking there is the mini metro stop going to the city center. In the same way, is very close to the railway station, so all destinations around the city can be reached in the best way. Languages spoken are Italian, obviously, as mother tongue, Spanish, English, and French. I have also knowledge of other 2 languages, Dutch and German, but at basic level. To have access to the offices is needed a green pass with full access to the facilities in this period, depending on the rules during the next period. About the involvement of CIA Umbria, we are involved in work package 2, task 2.1, work package 3, tasks 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5. Work package 4, task 4.2, work package 5, tasks 5.1, 5.2, and 5.4, and work package 6, task 6.2 and 6.3. So we are quite involved in most of the work packages, in all work packages, excluding the coordination, and in many tasks. About the secondment, it is foreseen to be seconded in task 3.2 in INRAE and CONICET, 3.3 in INRAE, 3.4 in CETA, and 5.1 in CETA 2. First year sending, we have foreseen, I see for the moment, just my secondment at INRAE France in Nantes, and the duration will be 1 month. The work package is 3.3. That's all from my side. If you have any questions, I will be happy to give my answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? If no, I pass the floor to Beatrice Belfiori that will present CNR Italy.
Thank you, Claudia. I try to share my desktop. Okay. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good morning to everybody. I am Beatrice Belfiori from National Research Council here in Perugia, in Italy, and I'm going to introduce to you a brief presentation of our organization and its activities and the facilities and the key participation to the project. National Research Council is the largest public research institution in Italy, performing multidisciplinary activities with more than 9,000 employees and more than 200 research units, with its headquarters located in Rome. The expertise of the researcher groups participating in INTACT covers several areas ranging from basic biology, molecular and genetics basis of agri-food production, management of bioresources, but also analysis of the processes involved in the functioning of agrosystems in the Mediterranean climate, and also definition of adaptation strategy of global change, enhancement of biodiversity, and many more. The personnel involved has specific competencies and activities related to the project, consisting on, for instance, coordination of large multidisciplinary projects, research activities on carbon cycling, impact of climate change on forest, sustainable forest management, and in addition, genomics, transcriptomics, molecular characterization, not only of tuber species, but also other fungi, and in general of plant species of agri-food interest, and plant and soil microbiome analysis, basic and applied meteorology, climatology, forest management and exploitation, but there are many more. With regards to the facilities, our organization is well endowed in terms of equipment or other facilities necessary to accomplish the mission of the project, every single task or work package where it is involved. And just to name a few, our organization put at the disposal instrumentation for chemical analysis, large experimental computer controlled greenhouse, autoclaves, growing chamber, and genomics lab with third generation equipment, molecular biology lab, PCR, real-time PCR, genetic analyzer, and again, lab of soil physics, chemistry, microscopy, micropropagation, and a meeting for conference room. And as regard the key participation to INTACT, our organization is a leader of several work packages and tasks. In particular, our organization lead work package 1, that is coordination, work package 2, methods for truffle species identification, work package 7, communication and dissemination of results, but is also involved in work package 3, 4, and 6. In details, is task leader for work package 4 and 6, and is involved also in several tasks of work package 3, 4, and 6, such as, for instance, production of mycorrhiza seedling with tuber species, environmental study, or drawing up of normative and non-normative instruments. And finally, for the first year, like other participants, our organization is also involved in the planned program of secondments for a range of scientific activities, from technical skill exchange or training to methodological development. And the personnel who are scheduled to leave are Marina Bufacchi and Sonia Vivona, that will go to Universidad Autónoma de Chile, where I will go to Université Mohammed de Rabat with my colleagues Claudia Riccioni, that made this presentation with me. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Now I pass the floor to Professor José Antonio Bonet from CTFC, Spain.
Jose, your microphone is turned off. You should start again, please.
Sorry, sorry. I was talking alone. So good morning, everyone. I'm José Antonio Bonet from the University of Lleida, but I'm also associate researcher at the Forest Science Center of Catalonia, CTFC, and that's why we will do together the presentation. In this meeting, my colleague Daniel Oliach is representing the Centre de Ciencia y Tecnología Forestal de Catalunya, and I will represent the University of Lleida. Why we are doing together the presentation of both institutions? This is because both institutions are linked. So the University of Lleida is taking part of the board or the boarding member of the Forest Science Center of Catalonia. So, and in fact, originally the University of Lleida was not included in the consortium, but for administrative reasons that forbids that the people associated researchers of the University of Lleida that are working at the CTFC are not eligible. We decided together with the project officer just to split the Forest Science Center of Catalonia in CTFC and University of Lleida. Okay, but we are sharing facilities and then also experimental setups and all our labs. So in fact, the CTFC is located in the city of Solsona, that is in the Perpignan range of the Catalonian region. whilst the University of Lleida are located more or less 1 hour from Solsona, and also 1 hour from Barcelona. Both institutions have the headquarters in the interior of Catalonia. Okay, and whilst the University of Lleida is mainly devoted to the education of the students, so the CTFC is a applied research center. Okay, and then as explained, so all the facilities are shared by both institutions. So for example, all the facilities relates with the molecular biology are located in Lleida, in the buildings of the University of Lleida, whilst for example, all the mycorrhizal seedling certification lab are located in Solsona. Okay, what are we doing and what will we offer in the frame of this project, also for the potential secondees that wish to visit us? So we are working mainly in 4 different programs that links with the objectives of this INTACT project. First one is the quality control of the mycorrhizal seedlings. So we are offering, we have refined the methodology for controlling the seedlings that are mycorrhizal, mainly with tubermelanosporum, with black truffle. So we are just working in close cooperation with the nurseries and also with different associations of black truffle producers. Second one relates with the truffle ecology. So our target is the black truffle, the tubermelanosporum, but we have also entered in studying the tuberaceum. So in fact, we are observing that in our latitudes, so the tuberaceum is expanding and the interest is growing from the truffle producers. So we have different experiments, and we try just also to understand what is the ecology of both truffles as a basis for developing cultivation techniques. So how to manage the truffiers, how to manage the truffle plantations. In fact, we have different experimental sites. You can see, for example, in this image, one site in which we are just checking what is the competence between mycorrhizal seedlings mycorrhizal with tubermelanosporum and with tuberaceum, aiming to see what is the competence between both truffles under different management techniques, such as irrigation, the use of mulch in order to control the weed development, in order also to see what is the micro environmental characteristics under those mulch. Okay, so this is part of our experimental setup. And we have also interested, and we have developed different experiments, and we have different facilities related with the wild truffles recovery. So you can see here different images of experiments that we have in Catalonia, but also in other regions of Spain. Okay, concerning the support facilities, we can benefit of the experience of the University of Lleida that has the International Relations Office that is very experienced with in managing, for example, a complex issue that is the visa. So we have the cooperation of the this International Relations Office that can help us, can provide advice for the visa issues. Also with also some medical and travel insurance. Concerning our key participation in the project, so the CTFC is leading the task 3.3 of the Work Package 3 of truffle cultivation, led by our colleague Claude Murat of INRA. And we are leading just the Work Package 4, Wild Truffle Resources Management, led by my colleague Daniel Oliak. I will, even if we will work together, I'm directly in charge of the task for 1, environmental study, and our colleague Giorgio Matteucci from CNR will be in charge of the task 4.2, specific practices of wild truffle management. Concerning the first jet descending 2022, there will be 2 of CTFC, 2 months of 1 technician, Rita Enriquez, and 1 experienced researcher, Juan Martínez de Aragón, to community Pietralunga. And in the case of the University of Lleida, my colleague Carlos Colinas will spend 1 month in Chile in June 2022. Okay, and that's all from my side. If you have any question, I'm open to solve it.
Thank you. In this part of the meeting, questions are not envisaged. Maybe questions can be made at the end during the general discussion and conclusion. Now I pass the floor to Marta Fabregas and Eva Gomez from Diputación Provincial de Huesca, Spain. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay. We are members of Diputación Provincial de Huesca, DPH. This is my colleague Eva Gomez, and my name is Marta Fabregas. DPH is a local administration that works in conjunction with and for the local councils. Our territory is province of Huesca. Is situated in the north of Spain on the Pyrenees border, as you can see here on the map. Our truffle research facilities are located
Marta,
sorry.
Marta, I'm sorry, but we can see only the first pages.
Solo pueden ver la primera. Now? No?
Okay,
Can you see
okay.
the slide?
Yes, now it's okay.
It's okay? Sí. Okay. Our territory is province of Huesca. Can you see here on the map? Our truffle research facilities are located in Huesca capital, and we have the Truffle Research and Experimentation Centre in the Ribagorza region of Graus. However, we also have at our disposition the possibility of using the cultivation areas in the south of Huesca. The areas of responsibility include culture, infrastructure, patrimony. We work in the area of social and economic development. In 2002, we started the truffle cultivation as an economic development. Truffle cultivation is well suited to this zone. Ribagorza contains half of the cultivation area due to this historic wild truffle production. The areas we cover are 1. Economic and technical support and service for truffle cultivators, promotional acts, collaboration with Association of Truffle Cultivators of Aragon, cultivation research supported by CITA. So in relation to economic support, how do we distribute the subsidies? Well, economic subsidies for new plantation and irrigation system. Between 2002 and 2020, 5 million euros were invested in subsidies. More than 1,600 hectares planted. and 40% of these have irrigation system. Thank you for listening, and now over to my colleague Eva. In 2009, in order to cope with the increasing number of truffle orchards and the increasing demand for knowledge from the growers in the province, the Huesca Provincial Council, DPH, set up the Truffle Research and Experimentation Center, CIET, located in Graus. This region, as Marta said before, La Ribagorza, has the largest number of hectares and truffle orchards in the province of Huesca. And there we also find the oldest and most productive plantations at the moment. CIET is a pioneer center in Spain dedicated exclusively to truffle cultivation, and it responds to the needs of truffle growers with whom we work closely. And that is, our research is directed towards the problems that arise as the intensification of truffle cultivation increases. Our center has a fully equipped laboratory to analyze truffles and mycorrhiza, a nursery to study mycorrhizal inoculations, and a 4-hectare experimental truffle orchard where to establish different tests related to truffle production. Since it started, this center has kept open several lines of applied research that seek to improve the production and use of truffles. These researches can be summarized in 4 main lines of study, as nursery plant quality, herbaceous competition in truffle orchards, competing ectomycorrhizal fungi, and other biological interaction and cultivation techniques to improve production. CIET also provides different activities such as technical advice and training for truffle growers, and it carries out a range of services aimed at making better use of truffle orchards. In addition, CIET actively participates in the administrative part of the line of subsidies of DPH for promotion of black truffle cultivation and consumption in the province of Huesca. Our key participation to the project is on work packages 2, 3, and 6, and our tags are 212, 31, 34, 35, and 61. Finally, in our first year of participation in the project, Marta and me, Marta Fábregas and Eva Gómez, are going to INRA in Francia in June 2022 and participating in the work package number 3 of truffle cultivation. And that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Marta and Eva. Now I pass the floor to Jacqueline Marjanovic from EMSI, Serbia.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
It is a bit little.
Now?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Jacqueline Marjanovic from the Institute for Multidisciplinary Research of the Belgrade University from Serbia. Thank you very much for inviting me to join this consortium. I'm really looking forward to work with all these people and in all these beautiful places. So, concerning my institution, Institute for Multidisciplinary Research was founded in 1970 as a Center for Multidisciplinary Studies. It was actually meant to be for the students that are interested in multiple disciplines of science and really wanted to get educated in that direction, including myself. However, in 2007, it was transformed into the Research Institute for Multidisciplinary Research, and it rejoined university in 2008 as a research institution. It consists of 4 departments: life sciences, material sciences, plant soil and nanosystems, and inland water protection. We have more than 100 researchers, and we are quite well equipped for very different researches. But here I'm going to talk in the photo. You can see me and my student that will participate in this project. Department of Life Sciences is mostly oriented towards the plant fungal biology, especially biophysics and biochemistry, while Laboratory for Biodiversity of Terrestrial Ecosystems that will take part in this project is working on, first of all, fungi-plant microorganisms relationships in mostly forest ecosystems and connecting their biodiversity and ecology to soil environmental variations. We also work in biodiversity and ecology of natural and pest populations of insects, including using the biopesticides, mycoremediation, and relationships of different soil organisms to soil microplastic pollution. So far, we have more than 20 years of experience in truffle research. Concerning biological sciences and facilities in our lab, general lab in Department for Life Sciences equipped for all basic scientific work. Like I don't have to list that, I guess. And we have additionally specialized equipment like HPLC fluorimeters, EPR, ELISA, different electrophoresis units, equipped lab for molecular biology, entomology, electrophysiology, algology, and sterile block. IMSI demands incoming secondee to have a travel health insurance and obey current COVID-19 related rules. I see that no one was listing that, but at the moment to enter Serbia, one must have a negative RT-PCR test or green certificate or certificate of overcame of COVID-19 disease. At the moment, there are no working restrictions, but masks and hand sterilizers and keeping physical distance as much as possible are obligatory. Most countries do not need visa for entering Serbia, and there are no institute-owned apartments for guests, but IMSI will have to the secondee to find appropriate accommodation. There are usual security rules for working in the lab, and this will be explained to the secondee upon arrival. Serbia's main trade truffle species are Tuber magnatum and Tuber aestivum, but also Tuber brumale and Macrosporum. The market is very young comparing to the other truffle territories in Europe, but it is really rapidly growing. And now we also have some first presenters of product industry. There are no seedlings production or official plantations. This is because there are some legal issues that were preventing this industry from development. But we have some experimental plantations of Tuber aestivum really made by ourselves, and also producing trials of Tuber melanosporum, where the plants were taken from Agritruf in France. Legal apparatus is very rudimentary for all truffle-related activities, why there is an urgent need for its reconstruction and improvement, why we applied to participate in the tasks 6.1 and 6.2. On the other side, we have done extensive ecological work on natural habitats in Serbia. I work mostly on Tuber magnatum, but we are highly interested in plantation business development. Therefore, we will be leading task 3.2 and participate in the task 3.1, 5.1 and 6.5. So this 5.1, I believe, is a mistake, and I would really exchange it for the working group 4 tasks, because this is my really narrow specialty. And within the task 3.2, we will especially work on application of knowledge gained on natural truffle habitats to determine suitability of sites for plantation establishment. Since the natural habitats are highly endangered, we are really interested in joining working group 4 if it is possible at all. For this year, I will just go to CIA Umbria at the beginning of April for 2 months within the task 6.2. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Now I pass the floor to Claude Murat that will present IRAE France.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank Claudia and other colleagues from CNR for the coordination of this project. I will present very quickly INRAE. INRAE is a new French institute created in 2020. The official name is National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and Environment. It was formed by the merge of INRA and IRSTEA. According to Web of Science, INRAE is the world's top institute for research in agriculture, food and environment. It's a big research institute. We have 18 centers in France, metropolitan, but also in Guyana. We are more than 11,000 staff. So and also about 2,000 scientists. More specifically, the center and the groups involved in this project are located in northeast of France, in Nancy, in Grand Est regions. And in this center, we are working in 3 lines of research that are the adaptation of forests, agricultural and urban ecosystems, and soil to global changes, and the sustainable management of these territories. So this center contributes to the ecological transition, producing plants and microorganisms based natural material and biomolecules. So this center is located close to Nancy, and Nancy is famous for a beautiful place, Place Stanislas, and the center is in the forest. More particularly, I'm working in a unit called Interaction Art Microorganisme. This unit is involved in the biology and ecology of the interaction between microorganisms and forest trees. We have 3 different teams, and the team involved in the truffle research is the ecogenomic team, in which we explore and understand the network of genes and proteins, metabolites and environmental signals that lead to the interaction, the symbiosis, ectomycorrhizal interactions. We are also interested in the role of mycorrhizal and saprotrophic fungi in the organic matter degradations and necromass turnover. So the truffles are one of the models in the lab that is included in the other project, and for example in the genomic project, because we are one of the lab leader in the world for the sequencing of the mycorrhizal fungi. Since 2010, we are also responsible for the CNO license for inoculated seedlings that the Institute INRA has with 2 nurseries, Agritruf and Robin. And in the lab, we have all the facilities for molecular biology, PCR, qPCR, digital PCR, sequencing, also microscopy. We have a greenhouse, and also we have a very small truffle orchards close to the center. So for this first year, myself and my colleague Cyril Bach, we will go to Italy in the Umbria, and we are involved in the work package 3. I am the leader, and the work package 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude. Now Pablo Podadera has the floor and will present the Universidad de Málaga.
Good afternoon. Can you see? Can you see my?
Yes, we can see the screen.
But not the presentation.
Not the presentation.
Can you see my presentation?
No.
No, you should open it.
I don't know what happened.
We can see your desktop. Maybe you have to click on the PowerPoint in the Windows bar. Yes, there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Can you see my presentation well? Huh?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody.
Can you put it in full screen, please?
Aquí. Oh, what happened? I can't sharing it.
Yes. Now we can see the presentation, but you should enable the presenter mode on the top of the PowerPoint.
Yes,
near the save disk. Yeah.
Can you see the presentation now?
Yes, but it's in editing mode. You should put the presenter mode. You should click on the fourth icon in the top of the PowerPoint.
Yes, okay. No.
In the bottom, not in the top.
It's both. Both in the bottom part and in the top.
But I don't know why I can't. No, this is impossible. Both. I don't know what happened. No.
Okay, stop the arrow. Okay, there. A little bit more. Okay. Can you see near the arrow? Okay. Near the arrow, you have there 1, 2, 3, 4 icons.
Yes.
The fourth, the one near, not there. No. In the presentation. Okay. Under the page that show the University of Malaga in the bottom, exactly that one. Click there.
It's okay now.
Okay.
It's okay now.
Yes.
Sí, no toques nada, va, arranca.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. I take this opportunity to congratulate in general the entire organizing team of the project and this meeting, and personally Marina Bufacchi. I am a professor at the Faculty of Economics and Business at the University of Malaga, Spain, located on the south of Spain. Regarding my institution, the University of Malaga is a public university established in 1922 with more than 35,000 students and 2,500 lecturers. The University of Malaga offers 5 9-degree courses, 42 doctoral programs, more than 50 master degrees, and more than 80 internal degree and 100 courses throughout the academic year. Teaching takes place in 29 centers by appointed lecturer in 81 departments distributed over 2 campuses. University of Malaga has participated in more than 200 international research projects funded by the European Union Research and Development Framework Program and other programs such as Interact. In total, University of Malaga has participated in more than 25 Marie Curie actions. Within the Horizon 2020 program, UMA, for example, I participated in 60 Marie Sklodowska-Curie action, for example. The European project office integrated within the Technology Transfer Office, O3, will be the primary contact point for the research, providing administrative support in the project management, financial management support, access to the other services provided by O3 and UMA, and support on practical issues related to international mobility. Pardon. Okay. Sending institution must provide the documentation necessary, such as doctoral degree, a degree giving accident, etc. No, the second D must keep record of all the secondary must send in the documentation during her secondment, flight tickets, housing invoices, conference attendance, certificate, etc. All the documents provided by the sending organization will be preferably in English. Also, they can also be in French. We will be part of work package 6, organized to analyze and study legal and ethical issues related to the protection and use of travel. Our contribution to the project will be aimed to analyze the economic mechanism, principle involved in the commercialization, trading, and sharing of travel. Regarding tax, specifically within the substack 6.3, training and coaching, a doctoral student, we carry out a formal stay at the Autonomous University of Chile, where he will receive training related to the content of the project. Likewise, we will collaborate in other training and coaching activity that are planned within Work Package 6 to be developed throughout the project. Within subtax 6.5, economic and institutional aspects, this tax aims at studying the economic and political structure ruling the private and public markets concerned with travel in the country where the project takes place. This is in order to determine whether such structure incentive or no efficient production, profitability, distribution, and commercialization in the North-Sea field. The research work will take into consideration the model of cooperation among enterprise and other private and public stakeholders involved in the productive and innovative action. Finally, regarding to the first year sending, I myself will be the researcher who will carry out the first secondment, scheduled for the month of July, and which will take place in Pietralunga, within tax 6.5. Logically, we will have the previously program, the tax to the carry out during the aforementioned period within this organization. Is at all at the moment. Thank you very much, and sorry for the presentation.
No problem. Thank you. Now, Domizia Donnini, the floor is yours to present Università degli Studi di Perugia.
Thank you, Claudia. Good morning, everyone. I speak about University of Perugia, and you can see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And The Università degli Studi di Perugia, founded in 1308, is one of the oldest universities in Italy and one of the most accredited, offering a wide variety of courses in all fields of education. Research, education, and consulting activities in the various disciplines are organized in 14 departments with about 25,000 students, 1,100 professors and researchers, and 1,100 staff members. On the international level, the university remains firmly committed to developing a collaborative relationship with European and non-European universities to facilitate and improve international advanced study opportunities for its students. Currently, there are about 50 research groups that received grants from the European Research Network. The scientific research and education conducted in the university departments is amplified by the activities of numerous specialized institutes and centers. The university is involved in INTACT with two departments, Department of Medicine and Surgery and Department of Agricultural, Food and Environmental Sciences. The research topics of the Department of Agricultural, Food and Environmental Sciences are related to basic and applied research on these topics and by 14 research units with long experience in truffle biology, ecology and cultivation. The Department of Medicine and Surgery deals with all biomedical and earth fields of research. Among them, the bioethical and legal issues carried out by the Center of Research, Rights and Science participating in INTACT. The DSA-3 hosts 20 laboratories, 4 open field experimental stations, 4 experimental stables, and 1 pilot food technology plant. The Center RIS brings together at least jurists and other social scientists focused on legal issues of research in several fields from at least 15 universities and research bodies. The researchers seconded to the University of Perugia will be assisted in the administrative requirements by the research office and by the international office. The visiting researchers will benefit of the insurance and health assistance for the activities carried out in the frame of INTACT. At the moment, of course, a green pass is required to access all of our facilities, of course. The participation to the project, DSA-3 participated in truffle identification by morphological and molecular tools, certification of truffle plants, truffle cultivation and plant propagation, truffle ecology, hazelnut cultivation and propagation, co-cultivation of truffles and fruits, insects harmful to host plants and truffles. The Department of Medicine is involved in right and science, ethical and juridical issues. As you can see, we are involved in different work packages and tasks, and I lead 3 tasks in the 2 work packages, the work packages 2 and work package 3. And my colleague Roberto Cipitani leads work package 6 and several tasks inside this work package. About this year, our secondment are several, as you can see, from experienced researcher and early stage researcher, going to Spain, Argentina, Chile, and Morocco, starting from February to October 2022, and in different sites. It's all. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Domizia. Now I give the floor to Professor Luigi Montanari, that will present Università degli Studi di Sassari.
Thank you. I hope you can see my whole presentation.
Not yet, Luigi.
Not yet, and it's time. Maybe now. I hope it's in the full screen presentation now. Is it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. First of all, let me thank you everybody to be here, and a special thank you to Marina, Claudia, and Daniele from the National Council of Research, the Italian National Council of Research, and of course thanks to our project officer Marina that is going to take care of us. So. University of Sassari here, University of Sassari is a quite ancient university. We have 10 departments, 650 teachers. We are involved in many projects at different levels, national, international, financed from different bodies. So we are located here in Sardinia, and the university, the central university is in Sassari, in this part in north of Sardinia, but we have many, some other places, it's a spread out university, in Alghero, Olbia, Nuovo, and Oristano. And especially Oristano and Nuovo will be involved in this project. We have 10 departments. These are the list of the full list of the departments, while the Department of Agricultural Science is the one that is going to be mostly involved in this project, is the department where I'm working for. Moreover, we have some research center. These two, the first one, Innovative Agriculture, and the Research Service Center, are the two centers that will be strongly involved in this project, because they have the specific scientific facilities and laboratories and greenhouse that will be used for the project. In this part, I put some facilities, not the technical research facilities, but the facilities we have to welcome people, and then the technical part will be explained in the second presentation. So this is the full list of some facilities, some help that we can give to people coming here. At the end, I put just some description about of these facilities, but I'm not going to explain everything now. Some important things. So we have an international relations office that is going to take care of everybody who will come. It will be welcome, of course, in our university. And this office will also organize a network among the different departments, and is going to give facilities, explanation how to move inside Sassari, inside Sardinia. Of course, to come to Italy is mandatory to have a visa for people coming from outside the EU. Actually, we had a guest house, but due to the pandemic situation in this moment, is out of order. I don't think it's going to be ready to be useful in a short period. So probably it's not possible to utilize, but it is possible to have a kind of subsidized rentals and hotel accommodation. Our university is covered for insurance or against accidents, of course, and the civil liability for this part. We don't cover any medical expenses for insurance. Again, no insurance policies for travel expenses is available. So I recommend strongly to take travel sickness insurance. Better if the insurance covers also the possible repatriation. These are the work package we are in charge as VP leader, and these are the 5 tasks, where the last one, the 5.5, is under the control of the CITA. And then we are also involved in other work packages with our researchers that are involved in the project. We are directly involved at least 6 researchers. Actually, the one was planning to move for the second was Enrico Lancellotti, but in this year, actually he has some how do you say, personal issues going on, and probably for sure he's not able to move this year, and probably he will move. He will ask for the secondment for the next year, and not possible this year. And so let me thank you everybody for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we have the presentation of CFAP Argentina, Carolina Barrotavegna. The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, hello everybody. It's a pleasure to finally meet you all, and I first want to thank the organizers for inviting us to this wonderful project.
Sorry, Carolina, can you put the presentation in full screen, please? Thank you.
So is that working now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so my name is Carolina Barrotavegna. I belong to CFAP, a Research Forest Center. CFAP is the Patagonian Andes Forest Research and Extension Center. It's a public, autonomous regional organization that carries research, technological development, and innovation projects to promote the sustainable development of Patagonia by empowering his human resources and also natural resources, particularly those related to forests and woodlands. The institution has a strong coordination between the region and the central government, also provincial governments and universities, which direct the institution, are the main board. We also have an executive board and different areas or programs covering different aspects of forestry. Our specific area is the forest protection, which I tell you later. And our region of, as you can see on the right, is the whole Patagonia. Patagonia is a huge piece of land with several provinces: Neuquén, Río Negro, Chubut, Santa Cruz, and Tierra del Fuego. This is the distance between Neuquén and Ushuaia. You have 2,500 kilometers. And well, we work in different places in the whole region. Our area, the forest protection area, investigate problems of forest health caused by fungi, pseudofungi, bacteria, insects, as well as the beneficial effects that these same organisms produce in native forests and plantations in Patagonia. It promotes the use of wild edible fungi and the production of edible fungi under the Patagonia Fungi platform. This is an institutional platform we have. And also investigates the biotechnological use capacity of beneficial fungi and bacteria as producers of enzymes, specific metabolites, parasites, nanoparticles, and search for functional foods. Well, we also do a bunch of disease studies, which I'm not reading, but the other thing that I want to tell is that we also work with, from a long time ago, with symbiotic association, mycorrhizas in native forests and plantations. And we have been working in the promotion of truffle orchard as a regional productive activity from the past 10 years. The area, our specific area, is constituted by 8 researchers from the National Council, CONICET, 2 technicians, and numerous doctoral and postdoctoral fellows. Our area has a truck available to do the fieldwork and travel to different places. We have 5 laboratories, one of processing sample, for in vitro culture, for molecular techniques, an optical lab, and a specific lab for production of mushroom spawn, which do research, applied research, and services to producers. As I said, we have been working for 10 years with the first truffle orchards that were set in Argentina. And we actually have a joint project with Trufas del Nuevo Mundo, which is the main truffle orchard in Argentina. It is located in Buenos Aires provinces, has 50 hectares of planted trees. It is now in production. We organized the first trufficulture workshop in Argentina in 2019. And we also have developed maps for suitable lands for truffle introduction for 2 provinces, Chubut and Santa Cruz. We also train technicians and people involved in the production. We've been monitoring these years mycorrhiza seedlings, and also established plants in different farms, and produce promotional materials, and different small meetings to promote truffle cultivation. So our involvement in the project is related with package 2, 3, and 4. We are 3 researchers involved: María Belén Pildain, María Eugenia Salgado Salomón, and myself, and also a PhD student, Gabriela González. Our goals is to work our current studies in collaboration. We have different questions and problematics from our orchards in Patagonia and also in Buenos Aires province. From an institutional point of view, we want to get experience in different aspects of truffle production, commercialization, and management to lead the truffle production know-how in the region, and also offer to you a new land with a recent truffle cultivation, but with ton of questions to be answered in collaboration. Our first year sendings, María Belén Pildain is going to CNR in Italy. Gabriela González, the PhD student, is going to Unipeg in Italy, and myself to CITA, Spain. Regarding what is required to come to Argentina and to our institution in particular, well, in general, COVID vaccination is make things easier. Otherwise, you have to quarantine and make tests and etc. In any case, a health insurance covering all things regarding COVID problems is required. Also, the institution requires the health insurance, and the institution offers help with all the paper things in Argentina, and also facilitates accommodation and transfers and well, everything what is required for anybody coming to work with us. So thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. I pass the floor to Francisco Pujar that will present CONICET Argentina.
Francisco, you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi there. Okay.
Yes.
And you can see my presentation right now.
Not yet.
Is it loading?
No, I cannot see your screen in sharing.
Okay. Seems like I'm not allowed. There it goes.
Yes.
Can you see it now? Okay. It seems like it takes a while. Well, I will. Well, first, thank you for this opportunity to share. And I want to talk a little bit about our main institution. CONICET is the main agency of research in Argentina. But I don't want to bore you with the details because it is really large and it hosts most of the researchers of the country, and there are many laboratories, including many that work actually with fungi and with truffles. But I wanted to focus in our special in our institute within CONICET, which is called INVIV. It's located in the city of Cordoba in the center of Argentina, and it hosts researchers specialized in plant and fungal biology, ecology, genetic, and many other branches of biological sciences. Of special interest, I think, is within our institute, the herbarium and fungarium, and the biological research building, which is where we work, and the mycology group within this, where I belong, regarding the facilities, has a microscopy room, molecular biology lab, greenhouses, and access to many shared labs within the main institute and within other institutes in Cordoba, because Cordoba is one of the biggest cities in the country. And I just wanted to say that any visitor allowed to stay in Argentina is welcome in the Institute to work in the frameworks of cooperation with staff and researchers. And what you need is the complete vaccination schemes and a health insurance. This is the only thing requested to work in our facilities. So we have a long experience in molecular and morphological methods and a long tradition in studying hypogeous fungi and mycorrhizal fungi, inoculation, dispersal, and relation with plants, plant hosts, also with invasion and the relations with the mycorrhizal partners of invasive plants, for example. And we plan to take part in activities related to identification, culture, production, as well as regulation and conservation projects. Edible mushroom production is also one of our main our strong points because they allow us to work with the society, for example, providing spawn to local producers. And we are open to host researchers and students willing to interact, share, and produce results in any field of truffle biology and production. The bad news is that this year, due to many issues related to the pandemics, we are not able to travel, but this is why I'm not showing the secondments, but I think next year we will be able to resume the activities, and we are waiting to hear from people interested to come here and to work together. And well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I pass the floor to Ellen Pacheco for Universidad Autónoma de Chile.
It seems she's not here, Claudia. Maybe we can step. Yes, I'm looking for her.
Okay. So we can pass to Fatima Henkrar from Université Mohammed Rabat, Morocco.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I will put my presentation. Let's see. Share. Screen. Yes. Just a moment. Just yes. Full screen share. Now you can see my my screen.
No, not yet.
The full screen. It's okay now?
No, we can see it.
We saw it for a moment, and now it seems that you are not sharing your screen.
Just one moment. Now it's okay?
No.
No.
Not yet.
General. Just I will stop again. I will try to share. Screen share.
Okay.
Okay now?
Yes.
Yeah. So I will put full. And now it is the full screen.
Yes. Perfect.
Yes. Okay. It's perfect. Yes. So hello everybody. I'm Fatima Henkrar, professor assistant in the University Mohammed V Rabat. So I will talk today on behalf of Professor Khabar, and I will present our institution, which is the University Mohammed V University, which is located in Rabat, Morocco, of course, and particularly the Faculty of Science Rabat. And we are part of biology department. And our main topic research are in we are involved in biology of microorganism, population genetic, plant biotechnology, etc. So our group Intact Unirabat is constructed from several researchers, from young researcher like me, and there is a PhD student, and also from one expert, which is Professor Khabar Lehsan. And we are three structure: laboratory of biotechnology, laboratory of animal physiology, as well as laboratory of botany, mycology, forest mycology, and truffle culture. And we are interested in several topics like the resistance of plant to biotic and abiotic stresses, and also we develop research on forest mycology, mycorrhization, and truffle culture, and we aim to understand the mechanism of adaptation and stress tolerance in plants, as well as the relation between the plants and some fungi like truffle, and especially desert truffle. So we have a lot of experiences in molecular biology, in tissue culture, genetic transformation of plants, and also the truffles. We have also a laboratory which is equipped with which is necessary for molecular biology, as well as for tissue culture, micropropagation, genetic transformation, and we have another laboratory which is specialized for truffle research. And particularly for the truffle, we are actually using some morphological and molecular methods for identification of truffle, and also we are fully interested in host plant micropropagation, as well as the mycorrhization and trufficulture. So our institute can ensure medical and travel insurance during field and laboratory work for the seconded staff. And of course, for the European people, there is no need for a visa in Morocco. And for housing, so the accommodation, our group Unirabat will take care for anything needed for the seconded staff, including housing. So we are involved in different work packages, starting from the work package 2 until work package 6, and also we are involved in different tasks. For training and sending the first year, sending secondment. So the Professor Khabar will go for two type of training, starting from July in UNIS for duration of 2 months, and particularly in the work package 5.5, and also he will have another training in October, also for 2 months, in particularly in the truffle cultivation work package. And for my side, I will go to the CTRC on September for 2 months, and this time it is for the work package for task 4.1. So before ending, I would like to present our team, our university, Mohammed V University Rabat team, which is constituted of Professor Khabar, which is the only Moroccan expert of truffle research, and also there is a Professor Nezha Bouhiddou, which belongs to the animal physiology laboratory, and me, of course, I am a part of plant physiology and biotechnology laboratory, and also our two PhD students, and they newly join our team, and they will work mainly on truffle research. And with this, I would say thank you for attention.
Thank you. Now we should have Helen Pacheco, but Helen, are you connected? Helen Pacheco will present Universidad Autónoma de Chile. Are you there, Helen?
Hello.
Thank you. Hello.
Can you see?
I can hear you.
Can you see?
I can see you.
Can
Please,
you see me?
Yes. Please share your presentation.
Oh, same. Yes. I try to show my screen.
Okay. We can see your screen, but we can't hear you. Please switch on your microphone. We can't hear you. We can see your screen. Is the microphone on? Can you hear me, Ellen? Can you hear me? No. We can't hear you.
It seems that Helen is having a connection problem, so maybe we can have the coffee break and see at 4 p.m. Central European Time, and maybe we can try after to connect with Helen. And if it will not be possible, we can pass to the second part. Okay?
Okay, perfect.
Great.
See you later.
See you later.
All right, see you later.
See you later.
Welcome back. If you all came back, we can try to connect again with Helen for the last presentation of Universidad de Chile. Helen.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Helen.
Hello. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
I try to show you my screen.
Yes.
I hope the connection resists. Okay.
I can see your screen. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Helen Pacheco. I'm from Chile. I'm a lawyer. I'm from Universidad Autónoma de Chile. It is a very young university in front of European universities. As only 32 years old, it is located at Santiago, Talca, and Temuco. Actually, it has more than 22,000 students with only 7 faculties. The Faculty of Law is the oldest. It was the first when university started her activities. The Legal Research Institute, one of several institutes from Universidad Autónoma de Chile, to which the participant researchers are linked, as allowed specialization in the areas required by the project. The Universidad Autónoma de Chile is a complex institution, which among its accredited areas is scientific research, especially about law, education, architecture, environment, and development. Our activities are similar to any university's teachings, research, extension, link with society, etc. INTACT will be hosting at south of Chile, 800 kilometers from Santiago, in a small city of Temuco, but connected by our libraries located at Santiago and Talca and the principal electronics database about law. In that sense, the Temuco size is a little bit similar to Perugia. For foreigners, non-resident in Chile, tourists can enter to Chile if have a valid vaccination scheme by the Ministry of Health online available. Entry is forbidden if you come from South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, Eswatini, Mozambique. Additional is required medical insurance from $30,000 and negative test of no more than 72 hours. More information is available in the website chile.gov.cl. Key participation to the project, we will involve in Work Package 6 and will research about the legal and ethics aspect related to property, especially intellectual property rights, genetic resource, sustainable development and agriculture, commercial developments from wild crops, and all matters will be focused in an international and European perspective. First year sending, we will hope to send 3 researchers, Patricio Masbernat, Ellen Pacheco, and Francisco Bedecarrat. Thanks, and sorry, I'm really sorry for the last connection. Thanks.
Thank you, Ellen. No problem at all. So now we can go on with the part 2 of this kickoff meeting and go deeper in its scientific aspects. We will start with Dr. Andrea Rubini that will talk about Work Package 2. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes.
I try to share the screen now.
Okay.
You can see the full screen.
Yes.
I don't know how to remove this. Okay. My presentation is about work package 2 concerning method for truffle species identification. The CNR is work package leader of work package 2. The main objective of this work package are the development of common protocols, both at molecular and morphological level, for identification of tuber ascocarp and mycorrhiza. And sharing scientific and technical and practical information for concerning different protocols and methods available. The aim is to spread the use of truffle and mycorrhiza identification in different countries. One of the most important application of these methods of identification is the application to mycorrhizal plant certification. So another objective of this work package is to identify and review the most important parameters to be considered for plant certification and the best method that can be available, that can be applied for quality control of truffle mycorrhizal plants. The work package is organized in two tasks. The task of identification is contain two subtasks. The task one related to morphological methods and one related to molecular methods that are in charge to University of Perugia and CNR respectively. The task 2, as I said before, is the development of technical protocols for plant for certification plant inoculated with truffle, and University of Perugia is in charge for this second task. Why morphological and molecular identification of truffles and mycorrhiza is important? Is important because truffles of different species in many cases share very similar morphological features. So it's important to apply accurate identification method to be sure for the truffle that they are commercialized or used for plant inoculation, for example. As an example of difficulties in truffle identification, morphological identification is tuber indicum, that is an Asiatic species that is very similar to European tuber melanosporum, black truffle tuber melanosporum. Only in the use of optical microscope by examining the examination of spore morphology can allow correct identification of these two species. Other examples are the whitish truffle, tuber borki, and other species of this group that are spread over different continents in Asia, America, and Europe, with several species of problematic identification. Another example is a tuberestivum group that recently have been discovered that similar species called tubersinestivum is present in Asia, and sometimes this sample are imported in Europe, in other countries, mixed with European tuberestivum. So this commercial problem arises from inaccurate identification of these species. The same is for mycorrhiza. The need of identification methods is because production of mycorrhizal plants need to be subjected to quality control, and we have some morphological characters that can be used to identify mycorrhiza of different species, morphological microscopical characters such as color, form of mycorrhiza, structure of the mantle surface of the mycorrhiza, presence and form of structure of cystidia and emanating elements. But these methods are generally quick, and only microscope is necessary, and they have a low cost, but they present some disadvantages, some problems, because different species are not easily, sometimes are not easily recognizable each other, share very similar morphological features. There is sometimes high level of uncertainty in species identification, and more important, identification, morphological identification require a lot of experience and personnel well trained and expert personnel, and this sometimes is a problem. So for this reason, in time, different methods are being developed using molecular tools. For example, the most used, the powerful method that has been developed is the use of specific primer in the ribosomal region, in particular in the internal transcribed spacer region of the ribosomal gene clusters. And primers for species identification has been published several primers for different species, Tubermelanosporum, Indicum, Brumale, Magnatum, Borki, and many, Estivum, and many others. These methods, compared to morphological, have several advantages, because they are highly reliable, because are not influenced by phenotypic variation, can be performed by laboratory technicians without no specific experience or background on truffle morphology or biology, and but have some limitation due to the cost of the instrumentation required and the reagents. As an example, in this picture, you can see the identification of mycorrhiza and ascocarp truffle belonging to tuber magnatum, using specific primers that can be used to detect these species, but at the same time they are not produce any signal in different species used as a control. And in the figure below, you can see the amplification of the tuber magnatum and all control species for proving that DNA is present but not identifiable by a specific primer for data species, but only the DNA of tuber magnatum is result in a positive signal. Similar methods are available for other different tuber species, notwithstanding, there is in the last 20 years the number of sequence of ETS region for truffle species is greatly increased. So the gene bank database is now very high number of sequences are present in the database. So we can now use all these sequences to further improve these methods, taking, for example, account for interspecific variability, and we can make a primer improvement by modifying some specificity of primers, or these sequences can be used to design new primers for the species that are not yet considered. More rare species that are not for which primer are not yet available. There are some alternative methods, alternative molecular methods. Not only ETS can be used to identify tuber truffles. There are some, for example, recently has been identified and sequenced the metin type locus of truffles, and has been proved that truffles are heterothallic, and then strains with opposite mating types are necessary for fertilization and truffle production. So the use of this locus for species identification is important because not only allow identification of the correct species, but also it allows detection of strain of different mating type, and this is very important for truffle cultivation. As an example, I have reported a study in species tuber indicum, for which different the two mating type has been sequenced in different strains, in different truffles, and we can see that different truffle have a small variation in the structure and the sequence of the two mating type region. So mating type can be used also to detect species difference between species very close, very similar, reveal for example presence of not well identified species or cryptic species, as in this case. Morphological molecular identification methods will be subject of in this project will be subject of a revision or a collection or to make an inventory of all available tools, all available information, and a database contain all this information will be prepared and shared in order to facilitate sharing of common protocols and spreading of the different methods of truffle identification. All these methods will be in the task 2 will be used for identify common identify common protocol for certification of tuber inoculated plants. Certification methods are very heterogeneous because there are many parameters to be considered. for example, sampling of plant, mycorrhiza, the methods of the identification that are used, morphological, molecular, or both, la plant validity criteria, the percentage of allowed of tuber threshold for contaminating fungi, characteristic of the lot of plant, of batch plant lot. So all these parameters need to be considered and reviewed to prepare protocols that are more uniform between different countries and institutions. For example, in some countries, the certification is required and performed by research institution, university in Italy, for example, University of CNR, in France, IRAE perform this type of activity. In other countries, no specific legislation is present, so is not mandatory use certification method. And so on. Many different deformities exist even within country. For example, in Italy, each region has its own rules, and so different methods are applied in different regions of the same country. Molecular methods are particularly important for species with particular importance value, such as tuber magnatum. For example, in Italy, UniPG, University of Perugia, CNR, and in France, IRAE use the molecular methods for certification of tuber magnatum inoculated plants. The scientific the outcomes and publication that we expect from work package 2 are the database of all information about morphological and molecular tools, development of new molecular markers, new primers, for example, for the ETS region, definition of the best method for identification of truffle and mycorrhizae, and definition of the most important aspect for mycorrhizal plant certification. And also seminar workshop will be realized along with training of early research that will visit will visit the different structure that participated to this work package. And another scientific and important outcome we hope will be the strengthening of international cooperation for research and apply to research project in future. We think that we'll be able to produce some publications about activity of this work package concerning review on morphological and molecular methods for truffle identification. Also publication for development concerning development of new molecular markers and new molecular tools, and another outcome will be the suggestion of European standard for certification method in of plant inoculated with truffles. All these activities will be performed thanks to secondments between different institutions in Europe, in other countries, Morocco, Argentina, and in the picture you can see the I tried to show the different secondment, all the secondment that will be performed in the work package 2, that are a total of 41 secondment for a total of 51 months. And I think I will finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. We have time for just 1 or 2 questions. Please, if you have questions, ask.
Yes. Can I make a question?
Yes.
Andrea mentioned that the current protocols for separating tuber melanosporum and indicum are still problematic, and I wonder about the aroma and the flavor quality of the ascomata in these 2 species. Are they easy to differentiate? Are they are problematic also?
I'm not expert of aroma of truffle. We have I not mentioned in the presentation. I put an example of tuber bagnato, but we also developed primers in specific primers for the ITS region to differentiate tuber melanosporum from tuber indicum, also from tuber brumale. So there are molecular tools that now allow identification of this species. I don't know. Might be some difference are in the aroma, but I'm not expert of this. I don't know.
Okay.
I think some study has been performed also by other research group.
Thank you.
If I can complete your answer, the problem is that most of the tuber indicum that arrive in Europe are not mature. And so it's, I think if we consider tuber melanosporum at full maturity and tuber indicum at full maturity, probably they are quite similar than what we can find in the market. But okay. You're right, the primer you developed in '99 are functioning very well.
Okay, thanks.
More questions? We are a bit late, so if there are no more questions, I pass the floor to Claude Murat that will present work package 3.
Okay. So I will present you the work package 3 about the truffle cultivations. But before, I will do a very short introduction. First of all, perhaps you know that in France, the production of black truffle declined dramatically during the 20th century. We produced about 1,000 tons of truffles at the end of the 19th century, and it declined, and now it's about 50 tons. So this decline had several reasons, the World War and the other reasons. But what is interesting is that in the last 20-25 years, the production stopped to decline. It's quite stable. And the variation are mainly due to the climatic in the last years. But when I present this data in France, I always present also the Australia production data, because in Australia, tuber are not naturally present. And now Australia produces about 10-15 tons of truffles. So how is it possible? It's possible because we are able to associate truffles with seedlings. So this is the mycorrhiza seedlings productions. So this is it was a real revolution for the truffle cultivations. So the first work on this field was done in Italy, mainly in Torino, but not only, in the 60s. And French scientist Gérard Chevalier went and visit colleagues from Torino at the end of the 60s. And when he come back in France, he improved the protocol to make it commercial protocol. And so in France, the commercialization of seedlings inoculated with truffle started in 73. And now about 6 million of plants have been sold by the INRAE partners, Agritruf and Robin. This is about 2/3 of the French market. And in France, we have about 1,000 hectares of new plantation each year. And for the black truffles, almost all the French productions come from plantations. So when we want to produce truffles in plantation, but also it's true in the natural field, there is two issues that we need to consider. The first one is the initiation of the sexual reproductions. Indeed, what we are looking for is the product of the sexual reproduction of the fungus. So the sexual reproduction need to be initiated, to start. And then the second issue is the growth of the truffle in the soil during several months. And in all this time, the truffle is can have problem due to insect, animals, and since the truffle is linked to the plants for the nutrition, if the link is lost, the truffle died. And also the climate, we know it's very important for the truffle growth. And we know that, for example, when there are a very important drought, the production is negatively impacted. But the truffle growers with suitable practices like irrigations and soil tilling and so on can overcome this climate problem. According to the first issue on the sexual reproductions, we don't know exactly what improve it. So which species can be cultivated? 4 main species can be cultivated. It's not the only, but mainly the black truffles, Tuber melanosporum, is cultivated worldwide. Also Tuber rustivum is cultivated. Tuber borki, mainly known in Italy, but I know that this species has been introduced in the South America and South Africa at least, New Zealand also. And obviously Tuber magnatum, Italian colleagues started in the 60s, try to do cultivation with Tuber magnatum. But outside the natural distribution of these species, we have the first plantation that produced fruiting bodies in 2019. So we published it last years. Okay, coming to the work package. So the aim of this work package is to share information on the truffle cultivation from the both empirical and scientific expertise of the country partners such as France, Italy, Spain, and the others. So we will do several things: collect information to find the best set of key role parameters in truffle cultivation, find the best suitable fields, symbionts, cultural practices, and also to see if it's possible to cultivate 3 species bearing valuable fruit like hazels or pecan and truffles, and also why not agroforestry. So we have 5 tasks in this work package. So first of all, I would like to thank my colleagues, leader of this work package, that sent me a slide to present each task. So the first task is, the leader is Domitia, is the methodology for a proper preparation of mycorrhizae seedlings. So we will work on the plant species, certifications of the seeds, germination and growth of the seedlings, preparation and quality control of the inoculum, growth of the inoculated seedlings, morphological and molecular analysis of the tuber ectomycorrhiza, connected with the presentation of the work package 2 by Andrea. The second work package is, the leader is Jacqueline. The aim is to have an environmental evaluation of the site's suitability for the truffle cultivation. So for that, we will collect the available published data on the optimum ecology of the different truffle species, collect also from the participants the data that are not publicly available, but that the participant probably can have, collect new data if it's possible, and constructing model and predicting the possible ecological situations that would be suitable for the different truffle plantations. So Daniel is the leader of the task 3.3. So this task is aimed to define the good practices to start the truffle cultivations. So different aspects will be considered: the previous crops, the host, the pest, the potential ectomycorrhizal contaminations. We'll consider also the selection of the host tree, the field preparation, the quality of the seedlings, and the plantation density. The task 4 by Sergi and Sergio is about the cultivation practices. So now many of the practices, except if I can tell the irrigations for which we have experimental data, in truffle cultivation, so most of the practices are still empirical, and the success of the plantation cannot be always guaranteed. So in this task, we will collect data from previous experimental studies on truffle orchards, and also we'll analyze series of good practices to applied in similar environmental conditions. And the last task, the leader is Aurélie, my colleague in Nancy, is focused on the renovation of old and no more productive orchards. Indeed, truffle are pioneer fungi and that grow and fructify often in open environments. And when the production decline or disappear in truffle orchard or even in a natural site, it's often due to the closure of the environment. So the question is if it's possible to using management practices to induce again, to start again the productions. So for that, we will also try to work on the collection data from experimental sites. And also we will try to see which are the practices that could be applied. So we have 10 deliverables from the standard, the quality of the seedlings, also the ecological features for the cultivated truffle species, the protocol for the plantations of inoculated seedlings, the cultural practices, both for the truffle cultivations, but also for the orchards renovations. Also, we'll have an evaluation and delivery on the cultural practices for fruit and truffle cultivations. And also, obviously, we will have seminars, a workshop during the project. About the publication, so we will have a different strategy of publications. First of all, scientific peer-reviewed journal, so we can do opinion paper or perhaps paper. But also, I think it's very important to communicate toward the truffle growers, and we have specific journals, at least in France, called Le Trufficulteur, that is sold to, that is this journal is sent to all the members of the French Truffle Grower Federations. I know in Italy they have a similar journal, Il Tartuffa Italiano. I'm sure that in Spain you have also some technical journals. And also, it's very important now to communicate using internet, as Daniel presented before, so using the INTACT website and also social media. So organizations, many organizations are involved in this work package. 81 secondments are registered, and this organization and secondment are coming from five countries: Italy, France, Spain, Serbia, and Argentina. So I thank you for your attention, and so if you have questions. This is a picture of the first truffle I harvested in my young plantations last December.
Thank you, Claude. Any questions? I think there are no questions at the moment. So we can go on with the Daniel Oliach, that he will present work package 4.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Daniel Oliach from Forest Science and Technology Center of Catalonia, located in Spain. I'm a colleague of José Antonio Bonet from University of Lleida, and I will introduce you of Work Package 4 of Wild Truffle Resource Management. In this project, we are going to study the main truffle species that we collect in our territories, and especially, well, the winter black truffles like Tuber melanosporum, Tuber brumale, also Tuber aestivum, and the white truffles like Tuber borki and Tuber magnatum. Traditionally, we collect, we found all these truffle species in wild, okay, but now we can cultivate all of them, that including Tuber magnatum, as Claude Murat tell us, okay. But we can observe a decline of some truffle species in wild, especially with black truffle Tuber melanosporum, and it's due to abandonment of forest management, and also maybe due to climate change. Then the objective of this work package is share the current knowledge among partners. It's really important to share the information about all of involved in this project on environmental analysis and management of wild truffle sites, and define the activities aimed to avoid the lost productivity in wild, and to define the proper management techniques to restore or maintain the wild truffle production of these different truffle species. We have two tasks. First of all, the task led by José Antonio Bonet of the University of Lleida, related to environmental study. We need to identify the environmental parameters like soil, climate, geographical, and geological parameters. And we need to establish a clear limits for the truffle growing of these truffle species in wild. And a second task, led by Giorgio Matteucci of CNR, we will work with the specific practice of wild truffle management. And also we need to identify wild sites in order to test the different cultural practices in these sites in different countries, if it's possible. And we need to define the proper management techniques which allow improving the truffle production. The scientific outcomes will be find environmental parameters, basically, and finally do a manual for the management of natural sites of the most important truffle species that we consider. In terms of publications focused on wild truffle management are scarce. We know it's difficult to work in wild and do studies in wild. It's different that in truffle orchards, that it's more controlled conditions. It's more easy to work in truffle orchard, but it's difficult to do studies in wild conditions. And the objective is at least publish 2 papers, okay, one related to ecological of natural truffle habitats in Europe, okay, of different species, to conserve and preserve the wild production, and another one to analyze of forest management practice for truffle production. In terms of second description, there are 10 involved organizations, okay, and 28 secondments. We involve 5 different countries. And it's all. Thank you so much. I try to do a quickly speech. If you have doubts that we can resolve now.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions?
It's okay.
May I ask a question? A very short one.
Yes, of course.
Because the Balkan habitats of tuber magnatum are really different from the Italian ones, and I do not realize why I was not included in this working group. Is there any possibility that I join this working group?
Marina, maybe you can.
No problem. If I mean, I don't know in terms of secondment, we could eventually think about it, even though you both belong to research organization, but it's not a problem to include IMSI in the work package for no problem at all.
I think to share the information about all different countries is not a problem, because we need to share all information that we have in terms of ecological conditions with different truffle species.
Well, just on the opposite, so you are very welcome.
Yes, I would be
other people that were not directly involved are invited just to contribute to the development of the work package and the different tasks that relate with this work package. So welcome, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, I think we can pass the floor to Professor Luigi Montanari from Università degli Studi di Sassari to present the work package 5.
Okay, here we are. I think you see my presentation, the full screen mode.
Yes.
Just a short introduction. As a Department of Agricultural Science, we are working along the whole food chain project but in this specific project, we are mostly involved for the process and technology transformation. So the raw materials, the truffles. And the people involved are all researchers involved in food technology studies, but we also have two researchers that are specialists really in the producing plant with mycorrhizae, and also the colleague who is in charge for the hygiene and food safety. Actually, these two colleagues are not under contract as researchers, but I hope they will be very soon researchers of our universities. Otherwise, I think we can find a way to involve these people inside the project. Anyway, this is just the list of the task of the WP5, and of course, our university is also involved in other tasks as already be presented. The objectives of the WP5 is study and implement sustainable technologies for the conservation, the post-harvest technologies, how to preserve the raw material, to develop the product, the transformation, both at the lab and pilot plant scale. The analytical aspects are really important just to characterize this product, both the raw material and the processed truffles. We we are approaching this study with a farm to fork approach, of course, and studying also the shelf life, of this product, both the raw material and the processed one. Of course, all the study we will carry on will be will pay very big attention about the global approach of research and innovation according to the strategy for international cooperation of the EU. And of course, the training and the transfer of knowledge will be our main goal, as the reintegration for the staff who will be seconded. So now we can pass to see the tasks. Task 5.1 is the shelf life improvement, so this task will take care about the double question: how to preserve the truffles the post-harvest, during the post-harvest, and of course after we transform, we produce some kind of food based on truffle uses, how to study the real shelf life, how to maintain this shelf life, reducing the impact of technology on the food quality. These are the partners involved, the seconded and the hosting organization. For a total number of person months are 7, 2 expert research, 3 early researcher, and 1 managing. Sorry. Then the task 2 is regarding the sensorial evaluation. We have some facilities. We have a lab for the sensorial analysis, and we are going to use some specific products, some specific techniques to carry on this according to some ISO standards. The partner involved, these are the partners involved as a seconded and hosting organization for a total month of 4 months allocated to the secondment. And inside this task, 3 early, expert research and 1 early stage researchers. Then, okay, this is the part we already talked during the first presentation this afternoon. So we have some facilities in our advanced laboratories. This is all these instruments. I put just this in this framework here. Are facilities that are available for all the universities, so it's a shared laboratories, and also some of these instruments are not only in one place. As I said this morning, our university is working in different places in Sardinia. Now there are some. We are trying to put together some expertises, some instruments. So some laboratories are going to be disassembled to put all in a centralized one. I hope this will be ready as soon as possible, especially before the people will come to our university. And so we are going to make a different kind of analysis in both the post-harvest truffles and the processed food based on truffles, of course. Analysis, chemical analysis. We are still working on the height space gas mass chromatography to identify, to give a kind of a fingerprint of the aromatic compound of truffles. Actually, we realize that it's not only a matter of the species, but also it is matter of the place of this of where these truffles are collected. So we are involved in a couple of regional projects regarding this matter. These are the partners involved in this task. We have a total of 5 months people allocated in the secondment. We have 3 expert researchers that will be seconded inside this task. Then I'm personally teaching food quality, and so this is something that I really take care directly. Is the idea to have a system, of course, according to all the EU regulation, that are mostly regarding the safety, the food safety. We are also, we would like to, inside this project, to settle, to find a way to give a kind of general remarks to arrive to a certification, especially for the food safety management systems, according to the ISO 22000. We are going to follow the most regular steps that are usually is needed for this kind of certifications. These are the partners involved in the project, the seconded and the hosting organization. For total number, person months are 5, 1 expert researcher, 1 early researcher. Then okay, we have you have task 5.5. The task leader is Sita. I apologize with people from Sita because we didn't be in touch so far. So I'm presenting just what we have in the project. Probably there are something more to specify. It's totally 100% my fault. I didn't have the opportunity to speak with people with Sita, but we are going to be in touch very soon. So the task 5.5 is regarding fraud and safety. So all the matters regarding first of all, the food safety, because of course all product, the raw material, truffle, and even when you go to process these, food safety is really a tough matter to take care. And of course, we have many problems related to possible fraud. So because it's a very high value product, and so we have to study both with the analytical method and also with the system, according to the European law, how to prevent all this kind of frauds. These are the partners involved as seconded in the seconded organization, the hosting organization, with 7 persons per month. 4 expert researchers will be involved. Then these are the main outcomes we think we are going to provide. Of course, the publication, common research project. Of course, we should of course reinforcing the collaboration, the capacity building, increase the scientific background, and of course we would like to find a guideline for the identification of the main aromatic profiles. The topic idea is to find a kind of way to find a kind of fingerprint to identify different truffles, and maybe even to understand where these are coming from. Of course, as I already say, the guideline for the standard ISO 22000, and we will be able to give some technical data for support the elaboration of template for codex of conduct, standard clauses, etc., etc. Then, okay, speaking about the publication, these are some journal that could be involved. We can address our publication, and this is the possible topics we will take care. I also put a list of deliverables because I think this is a very important part of the project. The main are, okay, some mild technologies, processing techniques we can study, a good method for physical sensorial evaluation. We are going to work with both GCMS, HPLC analysis, and we maybe can set, we would like to set some specific method of analysis, best practice for the new brand of truffle, the processed one, and of course many common protocols that are going to be shared with everybody. These are the partners involved inside this work package 5, coming from Italy, Spain, Serbia, Argentina, Morocco. Okay, this is the more detailed secondment that we are inside the task 5.1 and 5.2. I know that we had some amendments. I think this is the final one that is correct. Sometimes I make some mistakes. I'm sorry, but I think this is correct now. And then this is again the secondment are in charge. This sound is because I arrive in 15 minutes, so it's I'm going to finish. The secondment for task 5.3, 5.4, 4.5. As I said this morning, the secondment of the colleague Rico from our university that was in this year probably will switch next year. This is the whole table with the total amount is 28 months of secondments. So I just would like to thank you. And also I would like to thank you, all the people who are involved for different reasons inside this project, for the administration, the researchers, the people who will be seconded, the people who will be in charge to receive and to follow the analysis of people coming here. So Antonello, Alessandra, Costantino, Pietro Paolo, Nicoletta, Paola, Enrico, Anna Paola, and Valeria. Thank you very much. I'm here for any kind of question, of course.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions.
Okay.
So I will pass the floor to Professor Roberto Cipitani and then Professor Pablo Podadera to present work package 6.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Okay, my presentation is working. Yes, okay. Our package will be focused on, generally speaking, on this societal issues concerning INTACT project. In particular, ethical, juridical, and economic issues and dimensions of our project. Yes, the presentation will be made together with me by Pablo Podadera, my colleague of the University of Malaga, who is an economist dealing with the economic aspect of the project. So the main issues, the main objectives of the work package 6 will be the analysis of the truffles, or better, the collection of truffles with respect to the legal issues and the rights concerning this kind of goods, the legal discipline of property, the circulation of the truffle within EU and in the world, protection of the health of the consumers, as we mentioned, as Professor Montanari mentioned. This aspect is very important in our project and will be studied from a technical, scientific point of view within the Work Package 5, and from legal point of view within Work Package 6. Legal and ethical issues concerning the protection of the environment and the biodiversity, and other legal issues, and of course the economic aspects of the market, the formal and informal markets concerning the truffle. The task, the specific task of this project, of this work package, pardon, we have five tasks. The first one is focused on the legal and ethical issues concerning the collection, commercialization, exchange of truffle. The second task will be focused in the elaboration of the normative and soft law instruments. This is important because, as I'm going to explain, this field of research is characterized of the lack of a common legislation in European Union itself. And therefore, it's very important to establish rules through contractual or other soft law instruments, as I'm going to explain better. The third task will be devoted to the training and coaching, because our function, the function of the staff members involved in this project, in this work package, will be also to the training of the researcher, the early stage researcher, but also of the experienced researchers on the legal and ethical issues, in order to support their activities in the other work packages. The task 4, pardon, 6.4 will concern the identification, analyzing of the possibility to develop the INTACT project after the end of the project, in particular participating to new projects funded by European Union, in particular Horizon Europe, and by other founders at national or international levels. This task in particular is led by CNR ISAFOM, in particular by Marina Bufacchi, and the task 5 concerns the economic institutional aspects. With respect to the legal issues, Afterwards, Pablo will explain the economic ones. The main juridical, normative, and ethical issues are represented by the problems arising from, as I mentioned, the lack of a common legal approaches to the collection and use of the truffle in European Union itself, as we mentioned, because also in countries of the European Union, such as French, Italy, Spain, etc., there are many differences between the approaches to the regulation of the collection of the truffle and the possibility of their exploitation at economical and other from the other points of view, economic and non-economic point of view, in particular with respect to the use of the truffle, for instance, in research activities. Therefore, our function will be to identify the several approaches. In this case, a particular attention will be devoted also to the legislation applicable in the countries outside the European Union. For instance, in Chile, with the support of our colleague Ellen Pacheco, who is an expert of the IPR and in particular of the rights of the ancestral communities which live in the territories of Latin America. Therefore, our first function will be to identify, to build an overview concerning this legislation at the national level and the regional level. As we mentioned, we have to study all legal instruments in order to ensure the protection of the consumers in European Union and the countries involved in our project. The fraud, the protection against the fraud in the specific field of the truffle, of course, but also we have to study the norms applicable, the EU national and international norms applicable in with respect to the exploitation of the truffle, concerning the protection of the environments, and in particular of the animals involved, used in the harvest of the truffle, in particular the protection of the biodiversity, and with specific respect to the situation of European Union, we have to analyze the eventual obstacles to the freedom of circulation of the truffles within the European Union. Those are the main aspects we will study in the part of the work package concerning the legal and ethical issues. So, Pablo, do you want to explain the economic aspects of our activity?
Thank you, Roberto.
Please.
Thank you, Roberto.
Yes.
Yes.
Please.
As I already say in the presentation of my organization, the work page 6 contemplate the analysis of the economic and institutional aspect of the cultivation of the truffle. In this sense, our contribution to the project will be aimed at analyze the economic mechanism and principle involved in the commercialization, trading, and sharing of travel. In particular, it will focus on the economic application of sustainable development patterns and the internationalization of environmental cost, circular economy and bioeconomy, the institutional or economic context of the formal and informal market of the travel in the European Union and in third countries. Among other economic aspects, we intend to focus on the following aspects: statistical measurements, travel cultivation or production from European and international organizations such as Eurostat or Focus or Faustat data, import and export and consumer protection, travel black market, economic aspect surrounding the cultivation of truffles, technological investment in the cultivation of truffle, for example. And the other commercialization aspects such as evolution of truffle price, wholesale or retail sale, truffle markets, or also other aspects related to the profitability of the truffle, such as investment expenses, investment income, economic evaluation, for example. To develop this work, we are a team which formed the economics and politics of the European Union Research Group, our official group in Andalusia, a region on the south of Spain, which I direct as principal researcher, which includes specialties in political economic, economic policy, econometrics, public finance, or circular economy, among others. I think so. This is all for me, no, at the moment. Please go ahead, Roberto.
Okay, thank you. So with respect to the outcomes of our package, as we mentioned, we have to draw up several soft law instruments such as guideline for the collection, commercialization, and search of truffle with respect to from the legal and ethical point of view. Drafting of code of conduct which may be approved by association of farmers or other kind of bodies. In particular, template of agreements in order to allow the circulation within in Europe and at international level, not only for economic exploitation, but also for as I said, for other purposes, in particular for research purposes, because from a legal point of view, ethical point of view, it's not the same thing to use it and to transfer at international level truffle for economic exploitation and for research activity, but in order to regulate this point, we have to build specific instruments and other outcomes, in particular the report and other deliverable requested by the project and the publications in economic and juridical review, peer-reviewed or repository approved by European Commission. Of course, as Marina mentioned at the beginning of our kickoff meeting, our work package involved several, many secondment, which refer to, in practice, to all countries and involve all partners of all beneficiaries and partner organizations. But in particular, the countries interested by the secondment within the work package 6 are Italy, Argentina, Spain, Chile, and Serbia. Okay, thank you for your attention, and we are at your disposal for any clarification or question.
Thank you.
Is there any question on the work package 6?
Yes, Claudia, I have one. Now, one of the main concerns of the truffle growers is the use of artificial aroma in transformed products like cans and oil. Will you consider in this work package the use of this aroma? And I know that the European, the group of truffle growers from different countries, Italy, Spain, and France, go often to the UE to do lobbying to try to forbid this product. And do you think this can be considered in this work package?
Okay, it's very interesting. Thank you for your suggestion.
Yes, it is very important on my point of view that we interact with the work package 6, and they are waiting for the inputs proceeding from the other work packages.
Yes.
Massimo from Umbria for Roberto. Roberto, yes. I think there is a big problem about truffle black markets. So that is also a limit to optional but potential PDO and PGI for truffles in producing countries. This limit can be maybe not so huge like a stone for planted mycorrhized plantation, but for wild truffles, we know it's very difficult to go on certification, including quality certifications of the European Union. What is your point about it?
So I think this is an issue for Pablo, I think, but
yes, for both of you. For both of you, obviously.
From the economist, Pablo, what do you think about of the question of Massimo?
Well, I don't know the certification, the aspect, the legal aspect, but but regarding economic aspect is complicated. It's complicated, but I think as soon as I meet with my team after this kickoff meeting, we'll plan our investigation about it, because it's complicated. It's very, very interesting.
Because the problem is, I think that the truffle market economy for a great part is a informal economy, and this arises also from the legal point of view. As we mentioned, there are a not so big attention of the European Union and the other regulatory bodies on on this aspect. This is the problem, I think.
Yes. Okay, all right. At the truffle black market, wholesale or retail sale, truffle market in general. Very.
And to the informal market are connected also problems such as, the problem, other problems such as fraud, consumer problem from the consumers, etc. This is the problem.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Any other question? Well, I think that it has been a very long day. It was very interesting, and I would like to thank you all for your kind participation to our kickoff meetings. And I think that we will be able to make the funds transfer to the beneficiary very soon, within the next weeks. And also, I think that we need also to schedule a technical meeting very soon, or more than one technical meeting, since our project deals with a very wide span of topics that all needs to be deeply investigated. But we have 4 years, and so we are confident that we can achieve at least some of what we are expecting to achieve. So I do want I would like to thank you once again. And I don't know if there are any other general question. If not, I would like to just close the meeting, and hoping to talk each other very soon, but not so for such a long time. Let's say so. Thank you.
Can you kindly please open all your camera so I can take a screenshot of the kickoff meeting, please?
Good idea. Someone is still missing.
Andrea, you're the last one. No.
No, that's...
Bye, Maria Eugenia. Hello. Okay, I think you need to take the picture of the one that you can see now. Okay.
Some people have
Our best smiles. Done, Daniele? Okay, so bye to everybody. Let's stop.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Next
Thank
time.
you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Adiós.